Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with what we've been doing kind of the past few days slash couple weeks, which is we are going back over all of the Tinto talks for the upcoming game Project Caesar, or codenamed Project Caesar, with the idea that we are trying to now, knowing what we know now that we've seen all of the mechanics for the game, all the way up to Tinto Talk number 56, we can kind of look back at some of the older ones through a little bit of a different lens, with a bit more context, and look to glean stuff for constructing a metagame. We have two kind of projects to this end that we are working on. We are working on a kind of Google Doc here, where we're trying to take note of things that we think are particularly important to think about and, work through in this type of thing, as far as it'll inform metagame. Probably the most important thing being control, but we are adding to this with each of the days slash sessions we are going through these. And then also we are working spoiler or warning, hide your kids. We are also working on a spreadsheet to the extent that we can spreadsheet some stuff, which is, for example, we could spreadsheet, climate, vegetation, this type of stuff, interactive tables. You could sort by these things on the spreadsheet. I think the link is in the description down below, but we are also looking to perform calculations to kind of be able to sort through how we think about resources and how we think about constructing stuff and where we should construct stuff and when we have certain considerations if the trade-offs are worth it or not worth it. Notably, for example, you can see we have a value that is being output here, but if we significantly reduce control, that really decreases the value of, what is being output by the RGO for silk. Here, which will be kind of the RGO that is present in Constantinople, per their Tinto maps, and so this is one way we can think about stuff, like if we have the option between, you building copper, for example, in a place that is got high control, woodlands, hills, continental, even though woods and hills are kind of not that great, and continental's not as good as Mediterranean grasslands, flatland is the best. Let's say we only have 50% control in Constantinople, and we had 100% control in this theoretical spot. It would actually be better to build the copper, even though it's a bit of an inferior good. And so this is the type of thing that we are trying to look through and think about and be able to construct a better spreadsheet than what we have right now. We need dev. We need to add dev as one of the assumptions we can make here per the spreadsheet, and we need to be able to assume the value if traded. This is another key one, because if the good is really valuable, we have to think about not just the value that it adds to the tax base, being sold at the price that it is currently being sold in the market, but the marginal value you can get from it being traded. But if you're already using all your merchants and your merchants are already really profitable, this won't be a consideration. So this is an example of kind of the ways in which we're trying to think through some of the things. For this, we are going to be starting off today with what I think is probably the most important Tinto talk. If you're going to only read one Tinto talk, is probably the Norway start example. If you're just going to read one, it's probably this, for kind of maybe thinking through what matters in the game and this type of thing. So let's get started on this. Hello everyone and Merry Christmas. This was, of course, on December 25th. But notice, there's a problem with this salutation. There's a lack of a happy Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. Everyone knows Wednesday is a holiday. Why didn't he wish us a happy Wednesday? I'll not know. It's about priorities, and everyone knows that Happy Wednesday probably more important than Christmas. But let's continue on here. Good evening, Hat Rainier. How you doing? So today we'll be taking a bit of a look at about how it is when you start playing Project Caesar, and we're going to start with Norway. You're playing as this country, except we wish we were. We see the population is around 500k, tax base is around 86. Now, important to note, the tax base is directly proportionate to control. So if we have a place that has a tax base of 10, or the usable tax base, and then it only has 50% control, 50% control, we'll only be able to utilize 50% of the taxes, and the rest of the money will go to rebel factions. So in particular, control is going to be important. We start in a union with Sweden, as we have the same king who's only 20 years old, Womp Womp. He is married to, through the Blanche of Namur, who in history gave birth to Hakon, who became the king of Norway. The current heir is Euphemia, the king's younger sister, who is married to Albrecht of Mecklenburg. Norway is a rather big country, but most sparsely populated, which is why you need the loudest of cars in order to navigate its, treacherous and treacherous roadways, and not much is developed. There are a few main concentrations of population around the Oslo Fjord in the south, and around Trondelag in the north, and on the western coast around Bergen and Stavanger. Now, if you're not from Norway, that probably doesn't mean too much to you. It doesn't mean that much to us, but we do see that we have 6 towns or cities in Norway, and this is going to be the population. We have 500,000 I think pop, and of that 500,000, a fifth is maybe just in these key locations, with 382 in 118 or 115 rural locations. These are the 6 towns in Norway, and their populations include the countryside of the location, including peasants. Oslo has about 900 burghers at the start of the game. This creates a bit of a challenge, as we do not have a concentrated population, nor a big population, and in particular, not a very big merchant population. We think that, roughly speaking, the early buildings hire like 100 pops, often. Not entirely sure, have a small sample size of buildings we looked at, but this is indicative of maybe a 9-building economy at game start here. Hey Ivar, how's it going? Buono Pasca. Hopefully that's happy salutations. These population numbers are of course going to change dramatically in the few decades, as the Black Death is not exactly avoidable, except it is. One of the things we like about Project Caesar is there are pre-game settings for a lot of different things, and you can actually turn off Black Death in the pre-game settings, but if you don't have it turned off, it's unavoidable. There are a few challenges to consider as well. We do not have our own market and trade through the Lubeck market, so this is going to present challenges. We're up here. We have poor market access. Lubeck's going to have good market access, and so if there's too many people buying a good from the market, we just straight up won't get it. We won't be able to make use of it in our buildings, and so market access is maybe something we'd want. Also, maybe making our own market is something we'd want. The poorer your market access, the cheaper it is to make a market, although this was a change implemented after this Tinto talk. But, okay. Pascha equals Easter. Happy Easter to you as well. This has some benefits and challenges. First of all, it's a market which has a lot of Hanseatic merchants, and access to goods will be plenty. So we do have access to all these goods that are being produced down here. And also, with a lot of merchants in here, they will be shipping a lot of goods there, right? And so if there is a shortage of things, they will try and ship it. Whereas if we started our own market, we might not have enough merchants, and it might be kind of scraping around trying to fulfill our buy orders for which to operate our PMs. The heartland around the capital of the south also has great market access. However, the rest of the country is not so lucky. And I think that's talking about here, good market access, rest of the country, not so lucky. So, what shall we do at start? Well, they're showing us this poor market, and so obviously the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be taking a look at some of these markets. Doing well, my parents came over for Easter, and I showed them around the tulip fields. Big nice. Everyone loves... I always think of in the economics and in the span of time that is relevant for Project Caesar, the tulip market crash, which is the most... is very interesting. Tulips became very, very expensive. And then there was a bubble, and then they crashed. But very fun. Having a little family get-together. First of all, as Norway has a small population, I can't rely on large-scale material production, but perhaps should aim for a more capital economy. One way to achieve that is to grant privilege to the burghers. This will make them more powerful, but I think that's worth it. So we see that 5% happiness, 33% power, and we will get monthly progress towards capital economy and production efficiency. And this is an output bonus. I think it applies to buildings, though, and not RGOs. So not resource gathering operations, but instead manufacturing. But if the manufacturing is less labor intensive as the RGOs, and we don't have a lot of labor, this is certainly something that makes sense. We actually have a little bit of question in our minds. I'm not entirely sure how I believe it is split up based on estate power, who gets the money in a location. But this is something we maybe want clarification on, so we'll put it in the questions here. How do we decide how money is split among estates? Is it by buildings that are making money, or by estate power? I suspect it's estate power, and so one of the things that can be done, or that is being done as well, by giving 33% power here, the portion of the money in any of our locations that is going to the estates is going to go more to the burghers, who are going to produce burgher-oriented buildings with some of the money that is left over after they purchase goods and stuff like this. And so, if you want to lean into maybe the burgher-oriented buildings, this would perhaps make some sense. The tulip bubble is funny, but the vast swaths of land here still rely on tulips for agriculture. Flower prices crashing would present a massive local issue. How far can you ship a tulip? Is that, do you just provide it to, like, Europe or whatever? Happy 420, though, as far as I know, you don't partake. I do not. I've tried it a couple times. It makes me really paranoid. Unfortunately, I wasn't in good enough shape to do... One of these days, I want to squat 420 pounds for 20 reps on 420. So that way I can squat 420 for 20 on 420. But because in the United States, we put the month before the day, so it is 420. Because we don't do dates in a coherent way. But alas, I do not have the conditioning to squat 420 for 20 reps right now. 420 pounds, not kilos. Another way to check the alerts is to see what of our population needs that are not fulfilled. While this may not care too much about the pops in, if the pops in Orkney get what they need from the Dublin market, we can at least look into addressing the needs in Lubeck. Yeah, makes sense. And we see some pops that are having needs. They lack wine, beer, and silver in the Lubeck market, and then the Dublin market we're maybe not going to worry about. Lack of beer, although if we have places in Dublin, if we were to make our own market, it probably would contain all the Dublin locations and also the Lubeck locations for our country. Why are the pops buying silver? You need the silver to get that chain. Silverware. Hunting werewolves and a werewolf. A wolf that understands his true feelings. A lack of wine, beer, and silver. The amount of wine needed is nothing I care about now, but it's clear we should benefit from addressing the other needs. As in beer and silver. Alright, first of all, we have a silver mine in Kongsberg, which we can expand. So maybe, actually, let's take a look at the Tinto maps here. At kind of thinking through this with the dev diary here. Where we are going to be taking a look at Tinto maps. Do we have Sweden? I think that was one of the early ones, no? Scandinavia. Oh, thank God I didn't read over it. That would have been embarrassing. So we're thinking of Norway, and we can look at some of the resources that are available here. We can look at like what the land looks like. We see that a lot of hills and mountains, so it's going to be really expensive for us to run roads through this, but we can look to propagate control along the coast. We see that we have some grasslands, some forest, and Arctic in particular is going to be rough, and so this is actually where a lot of what we want to be doing is, just along the coast here, that we have access to. Now, taking a look at the raw materials that we have, trying to find where the silver is here. We see that there's a little bit of silver here, and hey, that's pretty close to where we have good market access. So that's going to be a critical kind of location for us. So let's jump back over here. They have the silver in Kongsberg, which we can expand. And we can see that it is being sold in the Lubeck market for 6. If we take a look at here, we can actually look at the base price of the RGO. And so if we expand silver too much, it'll collapse the price. We can see the base price for silver is 8, unless they've updated it by the time they did this dev diary. And it looks like the market price is 7. And we see, is this above? Maybe they've adjusted the price, but we are seeing that it is going to be selling for 6. So why is it maybe selling for 6? There's a supply of 1 and a demand of 5. That actually is a little bit curious given what we know about output. If its base value is... The base value might have been changed somewhere between when they did this dev diary, or Tinto talk rather, and when they released the game here. But is it lack of market access? Hold up. 7.3 times 70%. Does that actually kill the price we sell at? So 7.3 times 70% is 5.11. So that's the price, the market price of the good. But we're currently outputting 1.18. So let's times this by 1.18. Because you can see here, we're doing this. And we get 6.029. So we can assume that there's some paradox rounding that is kind of occurring here. And so that means... Sell price is affected by market access? Are we understanding this correctly? Suddenly, this becomes a way bigger thing. 1.18 times 0.0734. We just did the math on it. Price is off because there's more sell orders than buy orders. No, there's a supply of 1.18 and there's demand of 5.1, so the demand is way higher. Unless this is the supply that we're getting out of Kongsberg specifically, and the demand, there's other suppliers for this demand of 5.1. But we do think that the price is off a little bit, but it does appear to be the case that the quantity times the market price times the market access is informing what we're selling it at. Which means market access is going to be absolutely huge because you're just hemorrhaging money if you have poor market access, if that's the case. I think the arrow next to the price represents it's trending upwards. Oh, that's right, because the equilibriums. Price is probably lower during the market access, but the math doesn't quite math out. Missed the 1.18. Yeah, the math looks good, assuming some level of paradox math where there's some rounding across the thing. Output times access times market price. Yeah. So that's huge. That's a really big deal and detail to know. Sell price seems to be affected by market access, which means you're going to have control and market access actually be super important. So let's come into our spreadsheet and put in assumptions we definitely need market access as a consideration here. Because if you have low control, like if you have 50% control and 50% market access, you're cooked, bro. The value of the good for you is only going to be worth a quarter. This is really, really oppressive. In terms of how quickly you lose value. Okay, we currently have a level 1 mine here, and the development of the area so that we can go to a level 6 mine, employing up to 6,000 peasants in total. I think that the fact that we can only go up to a level 6 mine implies that something that we've seen regarding levels, where there was an enormous amount of levels given, must refer to the labor force rather than actual levels. But we can get up to a level 6 mine. It's probably worth expanding because the base price is high enough, even though we have poor market access. But to be fair, we have generally kind of poor market access here. That's going to make making your own market really, really kind of a robust and important thing to do, then. We were thinking that this was not so bad that we were inside someone else's market, but if the tax base provided by every RGO that we produce, or every good we produce, is really, really affected in this way by market access... that's a profound kind of impact. Can you enjoy a game if you don't spreadsheet it? Yes. But I can't play the game. So I can try and Theorycraft it. Also, To some extent, I spreadsheet a game more if I'm making content for it. And so this is partially because getting to the bottom of something and understanding it becomes more important if I'm making videos about the thing, whereas just playing and having fun becomes more important if I'm not making videos about the thing, right? It's less important that I actually understand it properly if I'm not making videos. There's a demand far higher than supply in the market, but fully upgraded, we should be able to supply fully. It will be an important part of our economy, and we are already able to collect 5% of our taxes only from this location. So a lot of our tax base is actually from this location specifically. I don't know why the market price seems so low, but it's coming up. I guess it's trending up really, really fast, and there must have been a sudden influx of demand, and this is not like a new demand thing, and they operate at equilibriums. If it's multiplied by output, then it's not price, but revenue. This is revenue as far as we can tell. This is the market price. It's multiplied by the market access and the output in order to get this revenue amount. Amount produced at market price multiplied by this. I mean, the number is very close. So it seems like that's the case. Will you try and become a big EU5 content creator? Well, for Project Caesar, I think I will be playing quite a bit of it, and if people watch, and I am enjoying it, I will play a lot of it, and if those two things aren't simultaneously true, I might switch back more to Vicky 3. The real question is how many kids can work in the mines? 6,000. Yeah, someone's asking the real questions. I'm glad that's the case. The beer demand will easily solve itself over the next few months, as either the burgers will import more, or the Hansa or someone else will fulfill the demands, or some minor AI will build some breweries. And so we're focusing on expanding the mines here. I want to get a higher trade capacity. I could build a market or fishing villages in the countryside, but for now I think a wharf in every coastal town would be the best benefit, as they impact the proximity calculations and give some sailors as well. This makes sense because it's establishing more control, but also maybe higher market access. We see small rural building. Okay, we have the base cost here. Traditional economy societal value is increasing the price, and then we have development decreasing the price, and cheap masonry and lumber providing us a very cheap price. As far as we know, in terms of how construction works, is you pay all the costs up front, and then it puts buy orders into the market that the amount you paid up front cover, and I think the buy orders tick weekly or monthly or whenever it is ticks that happen, and will influence prices, driving them in a certain direction or not. He's gonna binge EU5 for like a month and then drop it like it's hot, like Civ 7 and Battle World. Bro, Civ 7 is like not very good and people weren't watching. Pal World, people weren't really watching. Wharfs are not the most expensive for us, especially with access to lumber and masonry, and we are assuming they're going to give us better access here. There are other things to consider at the start of the game as well, assigning cabinet to their duties. As we start with 70 legitimacy, I assign a noble to increase the legitimacy of the king. We see that we are getting quite a bit of power for our cabinet action from both the qualifications of our king, or our ruler, and also the qualification, or the military qualification of the individual cabinet member. And it's going to give us some legitimacy. I'm worried that it won't appeal to EU4 players, because EU4 players are economy, like, more smooth brain. Well, one thing that's really neat is you can click an automate button for almost everything in Project Caesar, and it will, if you don't want to focus on that particular thing, it'll kind of play itself. And so if you want to nerd out hard over the economy, you can do that, but if you don't want to be dedicating your attention to that type of thing, you can automate it. But the question is how well does the AI play, and is it well enough that like you feel like the automation's okay? The goal now is to slowly build up an economy based around my towns and survive the Black Death as best as possible. The goal during the next few decades would be to build up a simple gravel road from Oslo past Heimar over Tinset to Nidaros. So we can see this route here. And what this is going to do is provide both control, because the control propagates a long distance, and also market access to Nidaros. If we take a look over here, I don't think we have too much stuff out here in Nidaros. Taking a look at here. I'm trying to see where on the map this is. I mean, I think it's over through here, but there are less terrain features. And there's not necessarily goods that we are really looking to connect, but if we have a decent chunk of pops up here, this will allow us to, you know, establish more control and market access, so everything will be more profitable and such. Just a quick small overview of the start of a game in a country. Next year, we'll be back with a bonus-style Tinto Talks where we look into every trade good. So we're going to start by reaction score and take a look at some of the dev comments here. You should play EU5 nonstop for a decade, have 30k hours in it, like Flurry. When I was in Tinto, I got to talk to Flurry quite a bit. Or I sat across him for a dinner, which was very nice. I used to watch a bunch of Flurry when I watched a lot of EU4 content. Alright, Mans is asking questions. Tooltip should always show the exact number. What exactly is he talking about? He's talking about this instead of this. Alright, fair. In the case of percentages, rounding to the nearest whole number would be enough in almost all cases. Those prices are perfectly fine. The barrel icon is perfect to represent the amount of liquids, but with silver and non-liquid goods, it looks straight. Man, this is such a weird thing to be a nit about. I would rather have the exact same icon for every single good to represent output, rather than, you know, use a combination of treasure chest and barrel, a piece from this art. Alright, I guess you could do barrel plus chest. It'd be nice to have the numbers. Consistency in naming. Yeah, this is a thing. RGO, resource, and raw goods. This, when parsing through information, this is kind of something that was a little bit frustrating. Oh, did the devs just not respond to anything here? Will there be dev clashes one day? Did we not sort by top voted? No, we're sorting by reaction score, so a bit unfortunate, but it looks like the devs aren't really, or didn't really respond to this one very much. So maybe we can't get someone clarifying and asking, hey, is that really the case that poor market access, you're getting like crushed by both control and poor market access in the thing? Yeah, I don't actually blame you. Civ 7 is still in the beta, if I'm being polite. Yeah, I mean, Civ 7, I wanted to make a big push for it to see if I could capture a little bit of a new audience, and I tried to do it. To some extent, I was able to kind of get in there a little bit, but overall that was probably a mistake. But I do want to diversify a little bit, so... Can you tell us how much monthly income is Norway from the tax base? Or do we start with some ducats in the treasury? I'm trying to get a sense of how quickly you can build things and understand if spending around 164 ducats as a country with 460 pops is a small economic miracle pulled off for the sake of this Tinto talk or part of the course. We get about 18 tax income each month for a positive balance of about 8, with the court and diplomacy costs half. And one of those buildings was like 30 something or something like that, with all the discounts down from 50. So that means, you know, 4 buildings a month or something like this. Civ 7 probably needs an expansion or two. Yeah. I mean, also, like, the metagame for Civ 7's a little bit insipid. Or, like, food being, like, stone useless is just, like, feels so bad. And then the AI is really, really, really weak. And there's, like, not too much a way to challenge yourself, even on the hardest difficulty. As a country with a lot of forests, wood expanding and building lumber mills to get us some economic boost in the early game, and easier, cheaper access to building materials. So, if you think from, I mean, bless their EU4 hearts a little bit. If you spend a bunch of money building all these lumber mills, right, and then you collapse the price of lumber, you do get cheaper buildings, but also every building you built is going to be way less profitable. So there's a certain point beyond which you don't want to intentionally collapse price, right? And it has to do with, like, the proportion of your economy that's lumber and this type of thing. To be fair, goods are less tied down in general in Project Caesar, so it's maybe going to be more viable, but as the economy is traditional, it's so better to go RGO output, so it's better to go capital if you're going manufactories, and better to go traditional if you're going RGO. Scandinavia is swimming in lumber, so prices are all so low on lumber. Yeah, so just building a bunch of it, you're just building a bunch of unprofitable buildings. Civ 7 will be ready in 3 years, probably. Silver is used by minting and creating jewelry. This is one of the reasons why silver and gold are going to be hard to evaluate, because they're insanely good, even if you're not using them for minting, because they create jewelry, and they're really, really expensive base price goods. It won't cost money to make money. Okay. I think he's saying you get the minting and sell the silver too, but I'm not 100% sure. And we get AARs in the next coming months from now? No, we haven't. Not anytime soon. Womp womp. This is back in December. This dev diary came out. I do want someone to kind of ask the clarifying question. Or I suppose this: will a new market get created from Lubeck, or will Lubeck market change name into Oslo or something? If Norwegian managed to somehow have strong steering power, what will the other countries in Lubeck market, etc., etc.? Please tell us the story of this guy. You have to make your own market in Oslo. Yeah. But seeing as it was the holidays, I think this is why we got very few responses here from Johan, just in general. But I do think that this is kind of an important Tinto talk. I'm bummed that we didn't get more responses here that are kind of clarifying some stuff. But this is kind of an important thing to glean. Sell prices appears to be affected by market access. Which means when you have poor access to a location, you're going to have an exponential issue, because I imagine market access is going to some degree correlate with control. You're just going to get wrecked. Okay. But that's Tinto Talk number 43. Number 44 is trade goods. And we don't need to spend too long on this one specifically, because we have the spreadsheet. We have all of this in the spreadsheet. But we showed every single good. We added some goods to the spreadsheet that were part of the update thing. But we do have present all these goods. We have produced goods too, which are not in the spreadsheet yet. Because we need to know how good the PMs are for these. But this dev diary just gave a bunch of these. Jewelry default price is 5 and transport is 0.5. I think that, in particular, producing anything, this is going to be a key metric. And I think, generally speaking, you're going to prefer, if all of your merchants are trading for stuff that has lower transport costs. Or you can kind of push things further, let's say. Can we get slave pops to pump up profits? You can. They could only work in certain types of buildings, though. They can work in the RGOs, and they can work in plantations, which are like super-powered RGOs for the New World, and then they can work in some military buildings, like the Mamluks buildings and the Janissary buildings. Tools. The production of tools is the main factor that allows a human society to flourish, from the more simple and primitive stone to the most advanced and precise implements. Something that is a bit interesting is if you have these goods inside a market, but you don't have enough of these goods, it's probably going to be the case that you can't use higher tier PMs, generally speaking, in the peripheries of the market. So that might relegate you more towards RGOs, which I don't think use inputs, or we haven't seen anything to indicate that RGOs use inputs. Okay, but let's take a look at the reaction score, or let's take a little bit of a quick look at the spreadsheet here where we have this in terms of RGOs and the information we have available. So if we sort by base price, which we currently are, the most expensive goods are elephants and gold. Silver is base price of 8, so we were a little confused about what we were seeing in terms of here, in terms of base price, but we have the default price as 8, but it affects inflation. And so coming back to the spreadsheet, we have the various spices. They got bifurcated. We don't know if the price of all of them is 6. We just assumed that they were 6. But very importantly, very cheap transport costs. So transporting these cash goods when there's demand that is created back in the old world is going to be really great because, first of all, there's going to be demand from pops, and it's probably going to be the case that these prices will get multiplied pretty high. So the base price might be 6, but if the sell price, because of such a glut of demand, is 100 or is like 300%, then it's going to be worth 18, right? And so moving it from where it is currently being produced, which it might be half price, 3, let's say, to the place that it's being bought, 18, then from that one merchant, we get 15 of value. Because we get the marginal difference between the sell location and the buy location. And so running this, and then not only this, we'll be able to run 4 of these routes, for a singular merchant, or whatever the merchant total cost is, or this type of thing. We can run 4 times as many routes towards an opportunity cost from a similar place, although we're probably shipping the spices way further, so there's that. But this means we can get something like 60 of value, and then compare this to, like, if we're exporting marble from a place where it's price 2 to a place that is price 10, or something like that, that's only like 8, because of the transport cost. So I do think transport cost is going to be something that we really care about in general. And so what about embargoes against rivals? When you embargo people, it helps to push them, push your locations out of their markets. Call an ambulance, but not for me. We also see kind of a class of goods. Somewhere in the comments, he did note that he wants to make elephants have a bigger transport cost to kind of be similar to horses. But we see that the heavy minerals cost additional transport cost. So these are minerals you are going to want to supply in your own market, because if you have to import them, it's going to cost significantly more, right? In terms of, it's going to cost a whole lot more in terms of merchants. So you don't want to be importing these things. And so to some extent, you want to produce these yourself. And then also, the cheap ones, in terms of transport costs, you'll want to produce yourself, generally speaking. Medicaments has a really low base price, so I don't know if that's going to be the case for medicaments. Is this really the OST? Oh, so it is. But producing these will also probably be pretty good as well. And then if you need to import some of this stuff in order to resolve shortages and this type of stuff, it's probably okay. We do see that there's kind of a low value for food, generally speaking. Let's actually kind of sort by the next one. Let's sort by food. Generally, the food goods are low in value, with the exception of wool and livestock. Kind of have a little bit of value, so they're not going to add a lot to the tax base, but they'll add a lot of food. The food also gets sold, as far as we know. And it's unclear how valuable food is relative to gold. And this kind of question we'll need to answer to some extent. And there's also, you will get increased population growth if you have a better storage of food. This is also going to be something that is something to think about. I imagine you do not want to be trading for food, though, because the trader, even if the food has value, right? I think the food value, I don't know if it goes to the trader, and if the trader's only getting the marginal difference between sell price and this type of stuff, they're not going to want to trade food very easily. And when automated, they might under-trade food if they're only caring about the differential between the sell price location and the other one. And then we can also sort by here this base production idea, which is that for every development in the market, you will have a base production of these resources. I think this is because a lot of things require lumber and stone, so you have to have some amount of it that is produced, but you will get an amount. This incentivizes having fewer markets, but I think you get more merchants overall if you have more markets. But this is interesting because if you have two 1,000 development markets or one 2,000 development market, in the 2,000 development market, you would get twice as much base production of these, because for every development, you're getting this much of this resource. But that's kind of like a base raw materials thing. And we do see the goods, the table for produce, or actually, let's talk about this too. We also have this for when we're going over the RGO calculation kind of value here. We have this price assumption. For this, so when the spreadsheet's operational, you'll be able to put whatever price you want in that you're going to assume that the thing's at. Like, let's say, generally speaking, silver's always expensive. You can put that into the assumption so that when you come over and you're looking at the output values, it's taking into account the fact that silver's going to be expensive. And so even if you have low control, like let's say on this silk, maybe it's super worth it because it's actually, we're assuming that its price is going to be like plus 100%. So if we come over to silk, here, let's sort by alphabetical. If we come in here and we put the silk price up, kind of with this tool that we have, and we say it's 200%, we will see also when we come over here, the value here has doubled because we have this assumption we're making on price. Right now we have everything set to base price. And here we also have some of the produced goods. I think there's more goods that have been added, but these are the ones we have the available knowledge and numbers on. And if we could take a look at which are the best, which is fine cloth. This really made the world run round in terms of textiles was so important just historically all the way through. But we also see steel, with this expensive transport cost, is going to be something that you probably don't want to produce for the purposes of exporting because of the transportation cost. This means, also, generally speaking, the prices of things with high transport cost ought to be more polarized, and the prices of things with low transportation cost ought to be more condensed. And what that means is like, oh, I can't find a graphic online, not like this. Can we find a polarized distribution? I think you have a standard distribution. We're looking for something that is more polarized versus less. Well, we could draw it ourselves. Okay, if something's polarized in terms of price, we are, if we have standard distribution curve, or actually, let's make sure you can see that. This is maybe a standard distribution curve. Okay? This is a normal one, where we have a lot of locations where the price is kind of normal, and then somewhere it's really, really cheap, but not a lot, and somewhere it's really, really expensive, but not a lot. For a condensed... What will happen in a condensed sort of range of prices is we will have even more closer to the middle price, right? And the idea here is that if it is very, very profitable to trade the good because the trading cost per merchant is lower, then you will squeeze more of these opportunities here and here for trading either import or exporting because you have a cheaper price. For stuff that has the increased cost of import and export, you will have a much smaller bump because rectifying it is more expensive because it requires more merchants. And so your peak will be much lower, and you will have to tolerate either really expensive prices or really cheap prices in your market, and that won't get resolved with trade, which is kind of what we're trying to say here, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. And so if we have steel and we're producing it ourselves, but we're not producing a lot, and this is a major government expense, this might be a problem, and we might need to produce it ourselves, because if we don't produce it ourselves, the price is not going to move through trade very much because it has a more polarized type of price, or the price tends to be more polarized. And then more things on the expensive or cheap, whereas for the stuff that is the low transport cost, you're going to see those get traded a lot more because the opportunities to trade are more profitable per merchant power, just kind of generally speaking. But we see books, lacquerware, all these that are expensive are probably going to be worth manufacturing and to sell, as long as they don't have increased transportation price. But in particular, I think something that's really notable here is jewelry. I think jewelry is going to have PMs for both silver and gold, and I think when you have silver and gold, you're not going to want to export it yourself, even though it's really, really expensive, and that's a really nice RGO idea. Taking a look over here. They don't have an increased transport cost and would make for good trading, but if you instead build a bunch of it yourself, which would increase the price of the good, if you build a bunch of stuff yourself, you increase the price of the good. If the price of the good comes up, it's going to be harder for you to export it. But if the price of the good comes up, your actual industries will earn more money. And what you are doing to push the price of the good up is you are building jewelry, and then you push the price of jewelry down, which makes the jewelry less valuable from a tax output perspective. But as the price comes down, you will get better opportunities for profitable merchants that you can send out because it's based on the difference between the base price or the difference between the sell price and the buy price. And if a place doesn't have any jewelry production, or a market doesn't have any, they will probably get really expensive jewelry. And so you can fulfill this by, getting the differential between, if you have 50% jewelry, that's 2.5, and they have 200% jewelry, that's 10, that merchant will earn 7.5, right? But it'll earn 7.5 with only a transport cost of 0.5. Rather than, so it'll earn 15 per total cost, rather than silver, where if we produce a bunch of it, and we, let's say we're producing it and it's 100% price, or let's say 50% price even, and we are selling it to a place that's 200% price, right? That's going to be 16 minus 4, that's going to be 12. That's not as profitable, per merchant that we're using. I hope that makes sense. In terms of trying to think through why transport cost is going to be important as we think through these here. I've been talking a while, so I gotta check the comments. Population growth will probably be very good considering the length of the campaign. Probably, yeah, but it won't come into being for quite some time because I think that the populations are really large relative to the employment amount. We should be able to interdict trade while at war. What is it? Embargoes are absolutely crippling. Excuse me. From what we've seen, just absolutely wreck everything. I mean, they're going to decrease both control and market access on top of the penalties that they put in, and the decrease in control and market access is going to make the economies just go to a complete standstill. It's going to be very, very substantive. But we're already sorted by reaction score. Okay. Should probably have 5 on elephants. In terms of transport costs, transporting elephants, very expensive. And if it's 5 on elephants, it's probably going to be the case that you do not want to run any elephant PMs anywhere but in a market where you can produce them. Are trade goods immortal, or do they change over time or affected by something? In theory, yes, if you control all locations producing it and also remove all horse farm buildings. Oh wait, sorry, can I genocide the world of horses? Yes. Do trade goods change over time in places where they historically happen? In some places, yes. Which is going to be good to know. Are mines connected to an infinite dimension of their resource, or can they collapse for good and spawn a different trade good? We are looking into mine depletions, but in most previous games, we have made that trend to be very annoying for the player or extremely gamey. Gameplay consideration. See if we can get anything. Variety of spices did not add anything, but a minor performance impact. Honey is a bit more interesting. Honey has been added, but we don't have an idea of what the price is. I personally want another 100 plus goods, but you have to have some limits eventually. One of the things is, the more goods you add to Victoria 3, it really negatively affects performance because it tracks pops per building. So adding new buildings is really expensive on the performance budget, and that's not the case in Project Caesar here. Man, so many people are talking about honey. I guess that was included before, and then they took it out. Could we hope to see additions to the amount and variety of manufactured goods before the game launch / update? My mind is running thinking of possibilities. Doubtful anything major before release. However, if there's something 27 years of making grand strategy games taught me, it's the fact that design changes and we add the games constantly. Design changes and we add to the games constantly. Default price changes means a lot of rebalancing on input / output on many production methods, changing setup, etc. So we've seen that, like, so for example in Victoria 3, there is different efficiency per construction or per laborer, and this efficiency is tied to base price. As you move base price, you're going to get a lot more opportunities for stuff. Generally speaking, since trade is gated by merchants, right, even if there's huge price fluctuations for these cheaper goods, it's probably going to be the case that trading them is not anywhere near as lucrative as trading these expensive goods, which is not the case in Victoria 3. In Victoria 3, if there's a place that's selling at like 50% and a place that's selling at 200%, a trade there is going to look really, really good, right? But in Project Caesar, it's going to be, in terms of thinking of things in terms of being condensed or polarized, more expensive trade goods will tend to be more polarized. Let's maybe have a section on trade goods and prices, because I think we're making some important points here. How can you guarantee transport prices across different market? What do you mean? It's based on distance. So as silk is coming through the Silk Road from China, right? Let's maybe pull up an image of the Silk Road, hey? So we have this picture of the Silk Road, right? As silk is coming in from China, moving it, to this northern Central Asia location, kind of in the steppes area. Let's say the price in China of silk is minus 50%. Because there's a shorter distance here, it's going to be more lucrative to trade more volume, right? Because it costs less merchants to do it. And so you're going to get it to approach the price of China, but not quite. And so let's say it moves to minus 33%. Now, this minus 33%, if we take a look closer to Iran here, if they import it from China, or if they import it from Central Asia here, it's probably going to be the case that it's going to be, roughly speaking, equal in value, where the minus 33% price is going to be good, but take more merchant points, and the minus, 50% will be better, but it will take more merchant points, and you might see something like minus 15% price. And then, as we move over here, same phenomena, where you can import from either the adjacent locations or any of the three, and it'll be maybe minus 10%, and then by the time we reach, or maybe it'll be 15%, and then by the time we reach the Mediterranean, it will start getting expensive and start being pushed up in price. So let's kind of come down here. So we expect things that are low base price to be polarized, because the opportunities of trading from one location to another are informed between the difference of price of the two things, and so low base price will tend to be more polarized, and then also high transport costs will be more polarized. I thought Biz can make silk too. Biz can make silk too. When we were taking a look at the example in Project C, or in the Tinto Talk number 43, we saw that the silk RGO you could only build it up to level 6. I imagine that while Byzantines can make silk, they don't have enough locations overall that can make silk, such that trade along the Silk Road will not kind of occur. So if we take a look at China, and then we take a look at, I guess we need to find the Balkans, Carpathia and the Balkans, that's probably right. So if we take a look at some of the goods in here, right, and this type of thing, what color is silk? I think it's a reddish color. Yeah, so it's red here. We see silk, 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 silk. We see a lot of places that can produce silk. We also know that, yeah. So we see a lot of these red dots for silk. Silk over here, silk, 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 silk. When we take a look at, the Byzantine Empire here, you might get gummed up by the level cap and not be able to produce more. So the Constantinople might produce really profitable silk, but we see silk, I guess we see it in a couple places here in Anatolia, silk, 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 silk. But we're still overall expecting to see less of it. Also, as we see less of it, we're also expecting there to be more pull from the areas of Europe on the Byzantine Empire in terms of pulling the stuff, because they will have really expensive prices. So I still imagine that as you trend towards the Byzantine Empire, silk will keep getting more and more expensive as you get further from China. And that it will kind of travel in a little bit of a road, and it travels in a bit of a road because of the increased merchant costs per distance. And having this be the case, I think having to pay more as you transport something farther is, I think, really important for the abstraction of economies and markets. Transport costs are a thing. Condensed high base prices, low transport costs. And so, I think that this is going to be strategically something that's important to understand about goods. And so, but if you have something that is condensed, or sorry, if you have something that's polarized, maybe because the transport cost is low, it could be really worth building that stuff locally, though. You just don't want to trade for it, or you don't want to overbuild it for the purposes of trading. Let's kind of kick out from those. These have been balanced out over a few years now. So it's just one standard unit for trading across the world, I guess. There's like an amount of merchant power required to trade, and we haven't seen a more exact look at the numbers, but taking a look at like Italy, for example, let's say we're here, we have a market, let's say we have a market here, and we have a market in Tunis, and we have a market in Genoa. The Genoa market connecting to the Nepalese market, since it is closer, you will spend less merchant power to trade one unit of good from Naples than you would one from Tunis, because Tunis is further away. And so it's not just, it's a standardized unit, but you will spend more of it the farther you have to travel. To clarify. I'm not sure what type of information we're looking at, talking about the goods. I think that generally, like Vicky, I think there should be some kind of wood and fine wood produced good to represent furniture production, like Vicky. Is this shade the extra space? Is that shade, chat? The extra space there? Does that mean, like, like you would dare suggest something like Vicky? In terms of the punctuation? Vicky is often catching strays in the Tinto talks. But yeah, it seems like he's mainly responding to specific things regarding specific goods rather than a generalized thinking of the economy. We had 6+ spices. They got merged in the gameplay. Impact was basically 0. Prices for them were similarly low in the price islands, and other places they were similarly high. Interesting. I would have expected that some places to get really good opportunities for profitable buildings. But I guess the more opportunities you have for profitable buildings, the more likely you are to exhaust them, and eventually you reach equilibrium, right? There are no global prices. Prices are market dependent, so porcelain may be super cheap in the Chinese market, but insanely expensive in, say, Lisbon, so you can earn a nice profit from trading it. So, yeah, the fact that you pay more to transport stuff with merchants means that prices to some extent will radiate outwards from markets, right? So, like, if we have a market here and a market here, right? Or, well, that's maybe not good. We have a market here and here, you know, and then here. We could expect maybe like a really cheap price, or like we could expect that as the good travels through the market, for the price to slowly change as it travels alongside multiple markets. But we only expect this to happen in polarized price goods, or we expect it to happen more in polarized price goods, because trading it is generally more profitable. So the radiating prices are going to happen on those particular types of goods, but not the goods that are more condensed in nature, I guess, where the location adjacent to other markets is going to be less of an impact, we suspect. Vicky 3 is walking, so EU5 can fly. Well, I could talk about Project Caesar. But yeah, I mean, like, I think to some extent, a lot of Victoria is doing a ton of interesting things that were not done previously in Grand Strategy Game. Yeah, Project Caesar just stole all those things, and like, I think that the economics of like getting this like radiating effect on certain types of goods where like you travel along the Silk Road, silk gradually gets more expensive. I think that as a simulation, this is super, super cool. Rather than like trade being like the same no matter how far it's going. Or well, right now, I mean, trade's getting updated, but right now everything's about Victoria 3. Everything's about having one province next to everyone else, so you get the base trade amounts, and then most of the value is acquired through base land trade value. Why is wine considered a raw material while beer is produced good? Because you can make beer anywhere, but wine requires very locally produced materials. Fair enough. Colombian exchange? Yikes. Our artists have been working hard or hardly working. Just need copper and tin where we'd use bronze. Yeah. Guy doesn't know how bronze is made. There's copper and tin already, and guy asks for bronze. Shake my head. Terrible. Different units have different transport costs. This is good to know. It's based on the number of soldiers, though, so transporting regulars will be better than transporting levies. I think somewhere we noted that the combat power of a levy is like roughly 1/10 of a regular or something like this. Pottery ended up getting added, but he is saying it's abstracted by clay demands. It's East Asia focused at the start. In terms of producing lacquerware. Oh, so if they're the only ones with the tech to produce it, yeah, you would get a very strong effect like this, where the prices are coming from China and then really getting expensive as they come over to Europe because you completely lack the tech, so there's no replacement. You have to move it along a silk road of sorts. Okay, I don't think we're going to glean something too critical, but I do think these distinctions are important in thinking about the price tendency of a good in the abstract. That's probably something we end up making a video about, because it's like understanding the harmony of how like markets are going to interact. I think that's super relevant for. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get more here. And we are going to move on to the next one. Group trade good images. What is this about? Was this just them all together like this? Alright, well, sure. Terrain, I don't think we're going to have too much to say about terrain. We already have a section in the spreadsheet that has sortable stuff by terrain, and this is a much better user interface for looking at this. But we have climate that is going to be mentioned, vegetation, topography. We have some images for each of these, but I think we're just going to sort by reaction score and take a look at our spreadsheet for these things. I think that for climate, the big thing is going to be both development growth and pop capacity. You see both tropical and Arctic have negative development growth. I think generally building there is going to be a little bit worse. We see arid is going to have worse wheat production, so getting food there is going to be slightly worse. We have an inconsistency where it says wheat production specifically, but food production in another spot. I don't know if this is actually unique to wheat specifically, or is to food. If it is unique to wheat, then that'll be a little bit annoying, because that'll be more work to make a qualified statement in the spreadsheet. Pop capacity is going to be, I think, the big one, though. In general, I think you will try and put cities on these. We know that, I think it's prosperity or development also gives pop capacity, and it gives quite a large percentage. We saw like 17, I think it was 17 dev was giving like 80% pop capacity, and I imagine that it operates additively with these, and it makes a really big difference if it operates additively or not. If it doesn't operate additively and it operates multiplicatively, and having a really big pop in a location is important, then it'll be really important to make towns and cities in kind of these locations and avoid arid, cold arid or tropical places. Base pop capacity comes from vegetation. where we have an enormous amount from farmlands, and then grasslands, woods, jungles. Because the base capacity comes from this, it will always be multiplicatively effective with everything else. Farmland is going to be really good for enormous city places. Also, taking into account, they have the only dev growth bonus. If we sort here, we can see grasslands and sparse, okay for dev. A desert, not so good. Woods, worse. Forest, really bad. Jungle, really, really bad. We see effects on food production as well. I don't know what RGO size is doing exactly. I don't know if this means that every RGO you build, it occupies more of the slots, and this is a bad thing, or if you just get 110% of an RGO for every level. I don't know exactly what this modifier means. There is RGO build. This is a build speed. I don't think this affects costs. This might affect the amount of total buy orders that are injected in the market if the amount of buy orders that get injected per week are constant. It's unclear to me whether or not this is the case. There's road build time, or I think this is both road build cost, actually. Yeah, this is road build cost. It's going to be... And roads are going to be important for gaining both market access and control, right? And so, in particular, sparse terrain is going to be really good for building through, but then you see grasslands, farmland, and then more obstructed places are going to be rough to build through. So if you have, like, the middle of your country is just all mountains, that is going to make it rough for, like, building a road from one end to the other, right? To kind of cut through that. And that was one of the things that was a struggle for the Norway plan that we looked at kind of at the start of the stream, where this Norway start example, where one of the ideas was building a road from here to here. This is mountainous terrain. This is going to end up being wildly expensive, but this might be the best way to propagate both control and market access out over here to Nanduros. And from what we've seen, both market access and control are going to be multiplicatively important for how much value you're able to get out of a location. So that's probably going to be... yeah. So let's take a look at our spreadsheet. We have also an amount of dice and frontage that is influenced by terrain and this type of thing, as well as fog of war. We have that all in there. And then topography, as far as the economics. I mean, whenever you're fighting, you're going to want to pay attention to this. And also the army move. You notice it kind of correlates with the road building percentage. It's going to be hard to move armies through rougher terrain. Taking a look at topography, we see that there is a multiplicative capacity for our pop capacity, but it only applies to mountains, really. Really, really rough in terms of pop capacity. Also, again, unclear whether this is additively effective with other sources of this or multiplicative. If it's multiplicative, you're never going to want to put a city in a mountain. But even if it's not, dev growth, minus 70%. This is brutal. But we also have minus 30%, 25% on 30% on wetlands, hills, and plateaus. Yeah. So you're going to mainly want to build on flat land. Also, we see the road building cost as being another thing that is going to be significant. Although we think, in general, RGOs probably are going to be worth building in, like, wetlands, hills, plateaus, this type of stuff. And instead, it's going to be, in particular, the manufactories that you're always going to want to put in a flat land. You know, someplace without a dev growth malice, so either farmland, grassland, sparse, you know, no dev growth malice, and then no dev growth malice, no tropical or arctic. And so this is going to be maybe how we think, especially for manufactories, which are not tied to specific locations like RGOs are. This is probably going to be the principal through line that you're going to make. Are there pirates to disrupt trade? There are. African colonies are going to struggle. Yeah, well, especially European African colonies will really struggle because malaria is present in game. We maybe got to pick up the pace a little bit here. Ayo, someone's doing some deforestation math. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Mediterranean's best climate to live in. It's objective and thorough analysis. Yeah. I've just exposed the pixel count of each location as location size trigger, so modders can do whatever they want with that information. Interesting. Someone's making a comment about fog of war. Multiplayer works fine. Is rice not possible on arid? It certainly shouldn't be. Requires a ton of water to grow rice. It's like actually just grown in submerged water. It's like should just be categorically impossible. Deserts have sandstorms. I assume this affects armies and combat. Are there any variants for sea tiles to have storms as well? Yes and yes. Yeah, I don't think we'll get too much in terms of informing strategy from this. This is just going to be mainly input that people want for particular things. But we're still going to take a quick look through some of these dev comments here. Alright. I know that you won't do it now because it'll delay the game for at least a year, but the time span of 500 years, the vegetation of the world changed, and there would be a point where you'd want to change it with gameplay. But I know, now we know what will be the 2.0 patch in 2030. We share the opinion that it would be a perfect feature for Project Caesar, but if it was as simple as us agreeing, that we would have fixed it 12 months ago. Unfortunately, it's a bit deeper than that. With the unprecedented worldwide level of detail Caesar has, it's a unique engineering challenge to make the required improvements to the graphical system as well, as we really need cutting edge in several respects. In terms of representing something from going from a forest to a flat area, that'll be maybe something for a future expansion, but yeah. That's, everyone wants their deforestation, truly. Is this all really subtropical? Or are they proposing subtropical? They're proposing subtropical. Max Winter mild. This is the picture they post. If pops are less than pop max capacity, they get higher migration attraction. This is the inference we made. This is going to be pretty important as well. But you only get, as far as we can tell, the way migration works is it's intermarket. So, in particular, pulling places that are high pops of your of other nations into your market in some way is going to be valuable. But it's going to be difficult to move people across large distances, which I think makes a lot of sense for the time period. Like Victoria 3, people can really, really travel far. That seems to not be the case so much here. Yeah. Absolute number that never dips below 1,000, even though the modifier does add to minus 135%. Oh, okay, this is important. So if a location is an Arctic mountain, it has minus 135% population capacity, so there would be no population or harvesting goods to invest there. Anyway, are there any Arctic locations? An example is Iceland is showing some other things that impact population capacity. Furthermore, there's an absolute number that never dips below 1,000, even if the modifier does happen to add up to minus 135%. So that's talking about how Arctic has minus 30 or minus 55%, and then there's minus 80%, but from that, because he's talking about it in minus 135%, which is those two added together, we can know that it is in fact additive. So that means it's going to be additive with development, we assume. Which makes it less critical that you build specifically in Mediterranean versus subtropical versus continental, and increases the importance of whether or not something's farmland or grassland or wood or jungle. In particular, grassland going to be the good one because it doesn't have the minus 20% dev growth. So farmland and grassland is going to be kind of the way to go. Although that much was kind of a little bit more intuitive. Pop demands are calculated per year. Hell yeah, brother. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Sign me up. Oh, baby. I think Victoria 3 calculates them, like, constantly. Which it needs to in terms of SOL changing. But there's no SOL in Project Caesar here, is kind of a key distinction. Just if the consumer goods are expensive, it makes people upset, is kind of the way that people not getting enough stuff is going to operate. Or if there's a consumer goods shortage, they'll also get upset. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next one here. So Tinto talks number 46, military objectives. We are getting pretty close to looking at some, going back to the things that were changed here. But coming in, welcome to a Tinto Talks, the Happy Wednesday. Of course, it's capitalized, it's a holiday, where we talk about a rather secret game with the codename Project Caesar. This week we will talk about military objectives and how they work in Project Caesar. Our games grow more complex as the decades go by, and we have tried to alleviate some of the concerns of micromanagement of military aspects. I'm super excited that they have so much stuff automated. Back in the days of Hearts of Iron 3, we could set province objectives for parts of an army hierarchy and enable the AI for them. The AI would try and fulfill them. In post-release EU4, we added missions where navies could be assigned to patrol areas or blockade, or an army could be set to siege an area. Hearts of Iron 4 introduced a system of painting the map how you wanted the armies to fight, and in Parader we ended up with a system that I personally feel is best for our games, which is an objectives-based system where you can give units objectives that they try to do. In particular, solving logistics is something that you're going to give to armies, with support stuff, and then also, sieging down stuff is going to be important. I hope that they make a scouting or fog of war oriented command, especially because this would be good for the AI to be able to use it, because fog of war is something that is significant, and being able to assign like little cavalry units to maintaining visuals but avoiding enemies is something I would be really interested in. But okay, so for Project Caesar, this is the path we are taking, and we have been developing new core architecture for the game. Our AI has been written completely from scratch for the game, so that means it's not a port over of EU4 or Imperator. Of course, based on decades of experience making AI for grand strategy games, that means that the military AI is using the same building blocks that a player can use with the UI. So you can set your units to use the same logic as the AI would. And I think that this is really fascinating, because if you just want to make the skill expression in your game be from the perspective of you outperforming them economically and on a strategic level, you can make it so your military is just as dumb as the AIs, and they operate on the same level tactically, if you want the game to not be about the tactics of the military. In the military view for your country, there's tab for your recruiting and overview of your units, and one for handling objectives. You can assign objectives directly to a unit you have selected, of course, but also will be shown in the objectives menu. Objectives can be assigned by selecting the target area, the province, location, C-zone, or UI, or by clicking directly on the map. Any objective can easily be edited while active, and units can be added or removed at any time. So multiple units can be assigned, and we see a little bit of an example here where we have blockade ports objective, carpet siege, several armies being assigned to that, hunt armies being assigned to the first army. And so what we expect to see in this type of thing is we have a big advantage militarily. We set our big army to hunt the armies, and then we set armies to carpet siege. I don't know how granular the strategy is. If we could set these to avoid engagements and carpet siege, I think that would be preferable, or something like this. We see defend home territory, patrol the seas, army logistics, navy logistics. I think that, in particular, the most common use is going to be assigning auxiliary units that just have auxiliaries, or auxiliaries in a small amount of troops, to performing army logistics in order to maintain supply lines. I imagine microing that would be really annoying, but the strategic decision of how much auxiliaries we need to commit to a particular campaign is probably one that's interesting, and you will be able to assign auxiliaries. We see blockades the port. Any navy can be assigned to it. You select the sea zones which they should be present in. It'll split up the ships and attempt to blockade as many enemy ports as possible. Carpet siege. Here you can select which provinces should be sieged down. So you can select multiple provinces. And so you can also probably assign, to some extent, theaters, by assigning provinces in various areas for various units. The AI will split the armies you have. The AI will split the armies you have been assigned into this into smaller units, and then move them around or siege or occupy as much as quickly as possible. It will attempt to flee with the armies if hostile enemies appear. Okay, so it takes the units, it splits them. I assume it desplits them when you unassign them. That is also very cool. Defend home territory. They will attempt to guard areas near the capital with your armies you assign to make sure no hostile enemies siege them down. We see hunt armies. This objective will use the armies you have assigned to attempt to find enemies and engage them if it feels it can win. And so probably this is where the big army goes, right? We see patrol the seas. This as an objective can be useful in peacetime as well, as it'll assign the navies to attempt to build up the maritime presence. Maritime presence being a very key factor because this decreases the cost that is required to propagate control through a location. And it can decrease it to 1/8 the base cost of 40 if you have max maritime presence. So this means you can establish a lot of control through an area through maritime presence. Should have raising objective to decimate enemy's economy. Carpet siege probably effectively does that. Army logistics. This is something you may want to assign a support army with auxiliaries on big campaigns. They will gather food where it's possible and move it forward to deposit it in supply depots you have set up in the area. Navy logistics, almost like loud car logistics, they will assign Navy to gather food nearby and then go target a sea zone and act as logistical support for the armies that may require it. I really wish that, you could, so this will make it, just, the implications behind this is if you conduct, a big overseas campaign, the logistics train, in order to supply food to that campaign, is going to get more and more expensive as you get further from the capital. And this is definitely the way it should be, which is why far-flung empires are really hard to maintain. But we will have to spend more, because you have to spend not just for, when you have an army that's goes further and further from your base of power or your capital or wherever the army is stationed, you not only have to supply the army itself with food, you have to supply all the people that are working to get the food to that army in terms of the logistics, which means, there's a certain max distance where you will have, if each mile requires a certain number of people to support transporting the food that distance, right? Eventually, there will be some place way, way, way down the line, or each kilometer, where the supply train can actually only supply itself. And so the marginal cost of supporting one troop increases as you get further and further from your seat of power, because you need to supply not just the army that you're supplying to, but if you need a bunch of horses to transport all that food, those horses need to eat, and so they need their own food as well. And so the expense cost of the auxiliaries that you have in the army logistics or the navy required with the navy logistics is going to go up. Ideally, if the simulation is good. Supporting objectives. There are a lot of sub-objectives and supporting objectives that are primarily used by AI, like join units, maintain troop levels, etc. This maintain troop levels one, I think, is super cool. If you could have a unit that just operates to top off, or try and attempt to top off other units with more soldiers, acting as a means of... because I think if you're not in your home territories, they don't recruit back up, and so that would be a nice one. We have chase target, and you just follow that individual target. Automatic fleet transport, this works similar to EU4 and Imperator, and then repatriate units. Quick action, you want when your armies or navies are exiled after a war to get home as soon as possible. So, yeah. Let's look at reaction here. But I imagine this is like a quality of life thing. I don't think it's going to affect metagame too much, so I don't think that this is going to be something we need to focus too much on. But manual control, an important thing to emphasize is you're kind of deciding what you want to get to control here. Just a curiosity, can you tell us how many Tinto talks are left? Between 1 and 1,000? Well, up to 20 years of Tinto talks, baby. That's a lot of happy Wednesdays. All I want is AI not sieging random projects in Siberia because they are no fort, but instead go for decisive battles for a change. It's an important part of EU4, not like this. Carbon Siege feels weird and too artificial to read in the actual game. Maybe it'd be worth renaming this to something like Siege Enemy Territory or Siege All Locations. It is a common term in the community. I think Carbon Siege is fine. If multiple armies are assigned to hunt armies, will they coordinate common attacks on the same army to maximize chances of victory? They will look at each other, yes. That is good to know. So they will maybe hunt out and then avoid, but then once they're aware of, in the fog of war, a particular unit, they will look to link up. What about automated rebel suppression? I don't think that quite applies, because for rebels, it's like it turns into a separate country. No stab the pig. No. No, no, no. Yeah. Okay. I think that we're not going to get anything that can really give us an idea of what the metagame looks like, or something like this, because functionally this is a quality of life thing that we've taken a look at. Let's take a look at the market screen thing. Enslaving pops and transporting them back to your country. This is something you can do, but it's, you can only enslave, like, non-accepted pops, and there are constraints. Last session we covered the slavery Tinto talk, which went into the details on that. We have a change of schedule for this week, and we're going to look at the market. Today we'll go through the market system and show how it's used in game. Here I will be playing in Sweden. This is the 6th iteration of the UI we have done for the economy system, and we'll keep iterating to make it more player friendly. Our goal has been to give you important information at a glance and reduce the amount of clicks you need to do anything to a minimum. We see market attraction plus 1%. Trade advantage minus 7.5%. So I think that means if 2 trades are being executed in a given market that this market is interacting with, we will execute ours later than someone who has more trade advantage than us. Trade maintenance. This is probably a really strong modifier if this means it will cost less trade power per trade. Market protection plus 5%. I think this keeps people in the market. We see trade range, and we see trade capacity and trade efficiency, production efficiency. So we're seeing quite a few things here. We can see here, this is going to be, we don't know exactly what these things mean. At the top of the screen, you can balance tab for all your fund sliders, and the trade tab where you can show where trades are shown. Let's select the keywords here. Trade efficiency. This modifies how much gold you get from trades, directly impacting the price of goods you sell in the target market. A negative will decrease the profit and could even make it trade unprofitable if the margins are low enough. Do we need to note this down? This is a free money modifier. I think, in general, this means that, assuming that this tends to be positive, more value will get created from trade in Project Caesar relative to Victoria 3. Production speed, this impacts the output of the buildings, does not increase the inputs. A positive production efficiency increases profit. Negative may make worth it not keeping it open. We see at this market right now, we have negative trade efficiency and negative production efficiency. So this is this is deleting value. We see market attraction, how much pull it has over location. We do not have a market. It's not important to us. If we owned the market, it would be important to us. We have trade maintenance. Trading is not free, as the ships, wagons, and caravans need to be maintained, and the merchants themselves need to be paid. This is just a modifier that is positive. We just have to pay less, but only 1%. Relatively small modifier. Market protection. Protectionism is a desire to keep trade within one's own country. This is represented by one location modifier and country modifier, which reduce the location's likelihood of belonging to foreign markets. If only there was a way to decrease market protection in another country, you could try and siphon off pops from them a little bit better through migration. Trade capacity. This is if we have any bonus to show how much capacity each merchant has in all of our markets. Is that this here? I think that's this here. So, we have some capacity in the Riga market and none in the Lübeck market, and the cost of trades will vary depending on what we're trading and how far we're trading it. This represents how much a country can import or export from a market. Each trade created from this market uses merchant capacity depending on the distance to the other market and the volume of goods that the trade is doing. So a pretty important... let's make a new one for trade. Does merchant capacity go up with more markets owned / operated in? If yes, it's probably the case you want to have as many markets as possible. And also, we can think of the cost of... also increased market access is going to be valuable, like really valuable. Because it effectively deletes money, or if you have poor access. But we've talked a little bit about how much value you can get from trades. If you get 2 traders per market, you can compare the cost of creating a market to how many months it will take of the free trade routes you get to be able to pay for the particular thing. But this is, if this is just per country, and expanding and having more markets doesn't really help, then we probably won't care. But I think the trade capacity is local to a market, and we can only trade through that market, and so that makes it, you just get more with more markets. Oh, market CB? Hell yeah, brother. Trade range, this is simply how far a merchant can reach and determines how distant markets with trade can be. This is calculated from any market we have merchants in. So that means if we have markets that leapfrog all the way to China, we can import from China to Sevilla, something like that, to Iberia. Below we have the search bar and filter list. This is something we have pretty much in every screen with the list of objects in Project Caesar. The search bar allows you to type in what you want to look for, and it will check on names or any other relevant information that is connected in the elements in the list. This filter allows you to toggle any data. So we can look at markets where we have a presence, filter by those, and look how much traders we have, this type of thing. There are filters we have for the market list. Let's focus on the market entry of Riga then. This is a UI widget, which we will refer to as the market card, and you will see it several screens, and it will give you information about the market, allowing you to quickly do actions. I don't know if this is... well, okay. On the top right corner, we see the automate button, which allows you to toggle trade automation for that market. So, if you have a small market, a dinky market, and you're not that concerned about micromanaging the trades, you can just automate it. You can also focus on particular areas and let the others handle themselves. And so you're going to decide how much micromanagement you want to do. Below it, you will see 5 buttons with important information. The first shows the amount of trade capacity available and how much you have in that market. If you click it, it would open the buildings with an overview tab with this market filtered and with all the buildings you have and could build, and that would increase your trade capacity in that market. Okay. Let's put buildings increased trade capacity. And I think this does go up with... is local to a market. So we can leapfrog to connect Sevilla to China, but we could run all of our trades out of Sevilla and just build a bunch of trade things there to increase trade capacity. But trading the really long distance is maybe not going to be ideal, but maybe it'll be fine. It's going to depend on the differential between the two good prices. Something that's also going to be important is, how does the automation operate? Does it try to resolve shortages or maximize money? This is probably an important question. I think there's also burger trade that's distinct from trade you control, but I'm not sure. The second shows our position in the market when it comes to trade advantage, and clicking it will open up your trades with a filter for that market so you can quickly change your trades. The third shows how many types of goods you have some sort of lack for when it comes to your constructions or the requirements of the buildings in your market. This is important because let's say we have a need for silver. So silver is really expensive in our market, and we're building jewelry, but we have a shortage of silver. So now we lose all the value of the building we have with the jewelry that's being built, right? But not only that, if we can't resolve the silver trade and we have a plus 500% price on our silver or something, or plus 200%, what have you, this also means we're probably losing an opportunity for a pretty good trade. Because we would want to buy silver where it's like 100 and bring it to our market, and by doing so, if we bought it from a place that's 100 price and we have 200% price, we will get the full base value of silver from the value in terms of that trade, because the merchant pockets the difference. This banner is only shown if there are goods lacking. Is that the yellow banner? Okay. Yeah, that's this yellow banner. Yellow if buildings are inefficient due to lacking some of the goods, and red if there is a blocker. Oh, there's inefficiency and blockers from shortages. Let's maybe do buildings. So if it's just an inefficiency, you can kind of tolerate having an expensive input price as long as the output's considerably more valuable. The fourth button is similar to the third, but is about the needs of your pops in the market and the wee-woos. I hope that guy makes it. The red banner goes red if you have pops in the market, which actively part of a rebel faction. If you click on it, you get to the good screen with the needs and the market's filtered selected. So we have pops that need extra needs, and since it's red, we know that there are rebels active in the market. Below is the tooltip here, where we see we are missing goods of wine, cloth, silver, and gold. They are consuming quite a bit of silver and gold. Interesting that silver and gold have buy orders from consumption. Yeah, I'd be upset too if I lacked wine. Yeah, truth. The truth, it'll set you free. The fifth button shows the current food balance in the market, and if you click it, you go to the food screen with any location of the market you can get food from in the filter. If any province is starving or likely to starve in the next 6 months, you will see alerts there as well. So, there's provincial food, and then there's market food. With any locations of the market you can get food from in the filter. I wonder how good it is about redistributing the food, but I assume if poor market access, if the food will get distributed based on market access, probably. Hopefully he makes to see Caesar's release. Yeah, basically. He's gotta hang on to life. Go, ambulance, go. Save this man. Market widget at the top, mentioned above, where it acts as a filter for the information displayed below. The buildings to the right act to quickly toggle to the next market where we have a presence. Or, is that this one? Up and down? Where we presence or remove the market filter to see data for your whole country. So I assume this is cancel the nice UI though. Normal search bar is a lot of possibilities. The pop needs a filter's presence, so the list only displays goods that our pops are currently demanding. Now let's explain the list with 4 entries, where we have the shortage of these things. First, the icon of the goods is the tiny little version, so it works with a lot of goods at the same time. So we see the wine, that's the icon. Second is a small vertical progress bar, which shows how much goods are in the stockpiles in the filtered market, obviously empty here. Third is the monthly balance in the market, which is red and go negative, so we need to do something about it, especially in the case of wine, because we need to have the wine. Not too big a negative on the gold and silver, which is interesting, because we would run a surplus. We'll run a surplus if we were to expand the RGO for that, or to run an import for that. And then the stockpile would start filling. Stockpiles and actual concrete goods really kind of change things. I don't know if stockpiles affect prices. I don't think they do. In theory, stockpiles should decay, but I don't think that's how it works. I think goods never get destroyed. In theory, stuff like food should decay, and gold and silver should to decay much less, if at all. There's a game, a city builder game, that has that type of decay, which I think is a good mechanic. Fourth is the price in the market with the gold and silver icons reflecting the price. We could see that the price of wine is really expensive, which indicates that our shortage is quite acute. Because it's based on the differential between buy and sell orders. So we can have a shortage of something and have the price not be sky high if there's just a small shortage. Wine being more expensive than the default price, indicating that imports will be more profitable here. Yeah, so the price gets really expensive, the shortage gets acute, and then resolving that shortage gets really valuable. But if it's something that has a propensity towards being condensed in price, which is to say, if the the amount of merchants required to trade is increased, or if it just has a low base price, it's more likely that you just see that that shortage just sit around instead. Then we will have buttons for importing and exporting. The export button is grayed out as there's no surplus. We have some capacity, so we could import about 2 goods of one type. After that is the expand RGO button. Cloth cannot be... Okay, so we have expand RGO right here. And interesting, it's implying that this is more profitable? Or is this the expand RGO? I think this might be the expand RGO. This is importing, exporting. This is expand RGO. Cloth does not have it. Cloth cannot be expanded as it's not a raw material, but the others are also grayed out, as there's no wine production in Sweden and no gold or silver mines. The Sala silver mine was not present in 1337, but there's a nice DHE for it. Very cool, so the mine will appear later. If any of the RGOs were available, clicking the button would open the Expand RGO screen with all the locations you own with that raw material in the filter. That is very nice. So, from a UI perspective, very functional. You're just going to get kind of the exact thing you're looking for when you click the button. The number on the button shows the profit of the most profitable RGO that you can expand in your territory. Now, it'll be important to know whether this tooltip is lying or not. And it also might be profitable, but profitable with low control is not truly profitable in the same sense. And I wonder if it's filtering both control and market access here, or just market access, or just control. I imagine it's just thinking about market access only, where we know market access will affect profitability. Wealthy merchants should have more pull to their markets. I think I remember something about the burghers getting trades themselves, and I'm really keen to know whether they try and resolve shortages or if they try and maximize profit, because I think those are like two very different activities. Yeah. The final button is the build a building that produces the goods button. If you click on it, it would open the building overview with this market filtered with all the buildings you could you have and could build that could produce that good in the market. Now the quick thinking will ask wine. Yes, there's a production method for breweries that can turn fruit into wine. Cheers. Next week we will be back for the regular scheduled programming. So wine is both an RGO and a PM for breweries, which is a little bit interesting. Wow, Johan almost never gives this big types a wall like this. What's this about? Could you give an example of what would modify the price negatively that isn't a production cost or maintenance cost? I'm not trying to poke holes, I'm just trying to understand what trade efficiency actually represents. Well, trade efficiency is free money. Okay, but let's go one trade example. Your friendly Swedish market buys 10 units of coal in London for £50, as the price there is for coal is £5. He then sells 10 units of coal in Riga for 60 for a profit of 10, as the price there for coal is $6 or £6. With a trade efficiency of 5%, he would get an additional 3 in profit, giving him a total profit of... Wait, what? That's not 3% on top of the... Wait, why is it £3 with a trade efficiency? I'm so confused. Right, because 5 times 60, or 0.05 times 60... Oh, just kidding, I can't do math. Okay, never mind, that checks out. I can't do math. I apologize. Yeah, but that is important. Trade efficiency is on the sell price in the market, not the profit margin. Wow. So that means if something, you can buy something for 50 and sell it for 50, and if you have trade efficiency, you would get 2.5 ducats. $2.5 dues. Trade efficiency is the profit from selling the buildings, is from selling to markets with shortages. I think it's just a value. I don't think it's specific to shortages. There's nothing that I read that said it was specific to shortages. So when we look at the trade efficiency here, that means money's getting deleted, and not just a little money, but a lot of money, because it's based on the entire sell price. So if he makes that 50 to 60 trade, 1.2 ducats are getting deleted or whatever. Man, I really can't do math. Those 3 ducats dues. Ducats. Well, that's massive. That means this is going to hyperpolarize. No, can be more condensed, rather. Okay, that's an important detail here. With a trade efficiency of 5%, he would get an additional 3 in profit, giving a total profit of 13. Trade maintenance. Shipping 10 units between London and Riga required 20 capacity, and the maintenance of the capacity is 0.1, adding a cost of 2 to the trade. If we got trade maintenance reduction of 10%, it would cost 1.8 to do the trade. Okay. The merchant is taking Sweden's coal to sell in Riga's market for profit for himself. Yes, but it adds to the tax base of the location. Or it adds to the tax base. I do believe you get that value. I think you also operate trades and get the money when you are doing that. I'm not 100% sure on the exact details who's getting paid out. But if the burgers get paid out, right, you tax the burgers. You have a tax on the burgers. So our total profit is 11.2. If we instead ship this coal to Lübeck, where the price is 5.5 and requires 10 capacity to ship, it would be like this. So less capacity, base profit of 5, trade efficiency adds the price is 5.5. Instead of 60, or instead of 6. We ship 10 units. It requires half the capacity. Base profit is only 5. Trade efficiency adds 2.75, which is almost as much, not quite as much. And trade maintenance is 0.9. And the total profit is 6.85. But we used half of the merchant capacity, so it's actually better to trade to Lübeck. Now, you may think trading from London to Riga is higher profit, so it's clearly better, but we have 10 more trade capacity in London that could be used on another trade, so that could perhaps be similar in profit and give us a bigger total profit. Yeah. Okay. Colorblind modes. God bless. I have a colorblind friend. When red and green look exactly the same, like, think about, like, your grand strategy game experience. When red and green look the same, it's so much worse. So this, yeah. Making it blue is really significant. Who needs wine when you have map painting? What if you have both? True. Whoa. This is quite a screenshot from this guy. Oh, I think this guy's given UI feedback before. More clear and user-friendly. Extensive. We're not going to read through that because that's not going to inform metagame. So we take care of, so if needs are taken care of first, while moving stuff comes after. So basically if there's 10 cloth on the market, and all the countries that in the market need 8 cloth, the trade advantage only concerns itself with the cloth that's left over, and seeing where it goes. Actual needs of the market are covered first, so that 2 cloth is left over, and is what is covered by trade advantage. Meaning if 2 countries want to export it and have 2 capacity for it, the one with the higher access will be able to take it all. Yes, that's correct. Perfect. Trade advantage gets first pick. Maybe let's put that in here. Which is going to be important because if there's really cheap prices in a particular place, you get to scoop up the cheap prices. Trade advantage is an absolute thing. EU countries get ranked by trade advantage and they get to fulfill their trade orders until nothing is left. And he says, yes, that's how that works. Or the first is how that works. We won't read the second. It's not clear to me how I need to interact with this. Trade is automation is severely lacking in Wiki 3. It is crucial to interact with these details of playing game. It may be overwhelming. Yeah. If it isn't, does the level of detail simultaneously really add something to EU5? So one key thing is actually evaluating which trade is more profitable will be very difficult if one trade resolves a shortage, whereas the other is just profitable. Like, let's say exporting something like jewelry because you have extra of it, or importing something to fix a shortage. Because you have to not only think about the value of the good you're importing to fix the shortage, but also the extra value that's created by eliminating the shortage in terms of the buildings that were running the shortage. The merchant is taking Sweden's gold to sell in Riga's market for a profit for... Oh, wait, I already read that one. This looks more like the Anno series with supply chains and hood by good optimization. Hood by good. Is that intentional? I hope they pull off some good game design here that allows meaningful strategic interaction, not just overly operatively optimizing. We have several on the team who have trade fully automated when they play. So that means EU4 players who don't want to interact with this highly granular system, you don't have to. Right? Which is a key point we've kind of emphasized. Trade efficiency, this is a modifier to the sell price on the trade. Trade maintenance, this is a cost for each trade capacity used in a trade. So the trades further away or using bulkier costs are more costly to maintain. We, of course, do have this in the spreadsheet, and this is something that we have kind of talked a little bit about. For those of you who are coming in, I guess, a little bit later, we have this idea that things with a expensive transport cost will tend to be more polarized in terms of their prices, and stuff that is cheaper will tend to be condensed. And what we mean by that is it will be really good to trade the things that have low trade cost because you only need this to be half as profitable as something with a transport cost of 1 for it to be as worth trading on the trade route. So you'd want to run a lot of trade. As you run trade between places, the prices of various locations, or various markets rather, will tend to stabilize. So as a consequence, thinking of it in this way, your trade for goods that are polarized in nature, which are going to be goods that have cheap prices, cheap transport costs or expensive prices, the prices will be more flat, which is to say there will be more stuff at the polls. There will be more value at the polls. If something has a really low base price or an expensive transportation cost, like a steel and cannons do here, you see that it costs extra merchants to trade them, you will have a more condensed... I got it backwards. I got it backwards, chat. I apologize. If you have low transportation costs and high prices, you will tend to be condensed, where the price will be closer in all markets rather than further away. If it is really expensive to transport the good, you're going to have fewer opportunities to transport it, even if there's a sharp difference in prices. Or if the price is really low, you're going to have fewer opportunities to do really efficient trades, because the low price means a smaller difference between prices. You're going to have more polarized prices where you'll have more prices at the polls. With cheaper goods, you'll have more condensed prices, just in terms of generally thinking of prices differentiating between the market. Merchants should be able to make massive money during wars selling goods. Probably. It depends how exactly blockades interact. I forget how third parties get to operate into blockades. I think that it might be the case that you can't like operate through blockades, but shipping weapons is generally less profitable because they tend to be heavy goods. Do the gold coins instead of silver represent that the good is more expensive in the market, similar to Vic 3? Yes. Do the burgher trades... Okay, so here's a key one. Do the burgher state of every country also have both trade capacity and trade advantage for all markets in the country present? Burgher trades are done after all national trades are done, and all burgher trades in the market add to their burgher capacity and market and try to solve important needs in the market. Okay. Important detail. How does this affect game stability, especially late game, when trading is more intense? Wasn't there something with the system, with demand system or something that got removed because this game is lagging? No impact. What is that about? How could that possibly be the case? So, for those of you who play Victoria 3, which I assume is a fairly big chunk of you, shout out to the loud car outside, one of the bigger contributors to lag is actually trade. Currently, I think they're going to maybe optimize it to some degree in 1.9. So, one of the things that concerned me about trying to simulate the Victorian era using Project Caesar's like framework and like modding was I think for a globalized looking economy, you would just want to massively increase trade capacity in some way. And I was concerned that this might lead to an enormous amount of lag. It's always the trade advantage you have in the market you export the good from. Okay. Do you get any benefit from market protection if your country's main market is foreign? For example, Sweden get any protection from Riga? Not really. Not really is kind of a vague answer. So if I, as Poland, share a market with the Teutonic Order, and this market lacks cloth, I expand buildings that produce it and sell the cloth to the Teutons first, and not my country they are in. I guess there will not be a situation where one country in a shared market takes 100% of the goods produced, but it still doesn't feel right to me. No, the cloth gets split out on market access. Trade access is for exports, is for who exports it from the market to another market. Wait, if trade advantage though is based on the exporting market, is it just it must be each country's trade advantage in that market in the exporting market, right? Because I was like, then if you're exporting something from a market and someone else's, who gets to trade first? I think it's going to be based on country. Burgers already do their trades to maximum each month, so seeing their capacity has no impact at all on your decisions. Could there be another line of information showing us the trade capacity your burgers have in the market? I think it's very important to see your burgers big enough capacity so you don't have to worry about certain trades like cloth in this case, because they will soon import it. I'm kind of with that guy. I would like to be able to know. The burgers take the risks instead of the merchants? I don't know what you mean by risk. You see the prices and it will get bought and sold at the price. There's no risk because the game's not simulating like losing a shipment or something. Let's see. Looks like you could run an unprofitable route, so you definitely want to keep an eye on things. So if I don't have any trade advantage in the Lubeck market, I can only export goods from other markets, which have a trade into it. Which I have TA into it. If you want to control the trade, you need to invest some infrastructure for it, in which I have trade advantage into it. If you want to control trade, you need to invest some infrastructure in it. Okay, so can we not push trade? Oh, we can push trade, we just don't get to control it. Yeah, okay. But this means, like, if you want to get access to the really, really juicy prices in some place that produces something very, very cheaply, you maybe want to make overseas buildings, foreign buildings, to give yourself more trade advantage so that you can push really profitable opportunities out of there. So maybe, you know, as Spain or Castile, you build a bunch of like shipping places in Mali and use it to ship gold back to yourself on the cheap. Something like this. It's the Riga market. All prices are the market price. Yeah, there's no country national market. I think that's kind of like a Victoria 3 type of question. You use your capacity market to export from it and or import it, to splitting your capacity how you want. It's kind of what we figured. So your burger's trade capacity is the same as the country's, like a duplication. So if your trade capacity is 2, the burger's is also 2. I don't think this is how this works. I think this will still be useful, as we've seen that burger trade capacity has modifiers such as estate privileges into your trade capacity. And your trade capacity and the burgers is going to differ. No, it's completely separate. But you get to run your routes first, so you should probably trade for profit. The risk would be pirates and embargoes disrupting the trade. Yeah, but if the trade becomes less valuable, you just end the route. And you run a different route. I suppose it's a risk to invest buildings to get trade advantage. But the system is dynamic, not static in this way. Alright, did you put that vineyard on the header to make fun of poor Pop's missing wine? Yes. We did. Generally, pick an unused goods illustration for the header if nothing specific should be or can be used. The amount of goods that ends up being added to the market. Ah. Is he quoting this? Production efficiency increases the amount of profit made. Yeah, but I mean, trade efficiency is just absolutely insanely strong modifier because it's affecting the sell price, not the margin. That's huge. We might have gotten most of our Johan comments out. Alright, let's go on to the next one. Unions and regencies. I imagine there won't be too much metagame stuff in here, but we'll get through it. Welcome to another Tinto Talks, Happy Wednesday, and Project Caesar. This week we will talk about how unions and regencies work in Project Caesar. A union is a type of treaty that happens when two or more countries happen to have the same ruler, or when their rulers have a royal marriage. This functions like a defensive alliance, in that they will come to each other's help automatically if they are attacked, but laws can be added to them to change how the union works. In some previous grand strategy games we've done, a union was a type of subject, but they started a common pact in the form of an international organization, but here they started as a common pact in the form of an international organization where both partners or more at first start at the same level. So less extractive and abusive than the EU4 ones. A newly generated union only has the assured defense policy set up, and if you wish to keep the union stable and long-lasting, you need to increase the union integration level by getting more and more centralizing policies. The union integration level describes how centralized the union is through laws and policies. Every member who is present when a centralizing policy when a centralizing policy is implemented, gets its level increased. With the final centralization policy, all junior partners that have the same level as the union get unified by the senior partner. Members who join the union later need to catch up their progress to be integrated via parliament. Okay. Fair enough. So, union integration level here is 0. Members leave the union when they no longer have the same ruler. Members must have the same integration level as the senior partner. Members with a lower level must have their integration enforced via parliament. We see 8 members. Novgorod has... What's the 76? Is this relations? We can see their estates. Oh, interesting. So the entire thing... it's like a parliament with the entire thing that wants to push the thing. The Muscovite Union at the start of the game with an opinion, estate, stability, legitimacy, and the integration level of each member on display. At the top you can see the union-wide integration level, which is basically a counter for centralization policies implemented. And you have a union parliament here. In order to implement the laws for newcomers, you would have to use the union parliament, which represents an assembly of the union that calls in the ruling class of all members who have already established the laws not implemented yet. Calling a parliament works in a similar way to how you call it at the country level. However, the parliament issue is fixed for it differently for a regular parliament. To pass the parliamentary issue, you need to reach a minimum of 50% parliament support, and to get support for it, you have to bribe one of the ruling estates of any of the countries in the union. How much support they give depends on their great power score compared to the total score of all member states that are called into the parliament. This makes sense. In other words, in a union, both France and Normandy are in. Bribing France's estates has a significantly higher impact than bribing the parliament, or than significantly higher impact on the result of the parliament than bribing Normandy's estates. This certainly makes sense. And we can choose which one we want to bribe, and we can try and pass it through. Here we have the parliament, but this also means I assume your parliament always supports what you want? Or can you bribe your own parliament? So you can push things through if you're significantly bigger than other people? This also might mean that you lose control as you add more members. If you're getting a vote based on your great power score. We think. So we'll put a question mark because we're not sure. The Parliament of the Hungarian Union with Croatia, which already has 2 centralizing policies implemented, and now Serbia and Bosnia as newcomers in the Union with an integration level of them for 0. The members are sorted out by the potential parliamentary support. Where we get 17 from Bosnia or 6 from here. And I guess most of the support is coming from us. It's not necessarily that clear in the UI that we are getting the vote. There are 3 potential bribes available for each member, 1 per estate. Once selected, you will have the choice of one of several parliamentary agendas for the estate. We have bribe the estate. Acceptance effect on Serbia. Nobility-controlled serfdom. We lose gold. We lose legitimacy. And they gain gold. And notably, it goes to the estate. So then the estate would be able to spend money. But if you integrate them, the estate spending money kind of doesn't matter, does it? If they buy a bunch of buildings, you get the buildings back. So it's not really like spending through. Okay, we have increased opinion where you spend the money and same difference. Lessen levy obligation. This just, they all do the same thing. Shake up Army Academy. They all have the same effect. Right now the bribe effect is set to reduce the legitimacy of your country and transfer gold to the target state, and the cost scales with the integration levels of the member state is behind compared to the whole IO, and the great power score compared to the senior partner. There are plans to diversify bribes, though, so each agenda has a more unique cost attached to it. Once a member state is bribed, the country vanishes from the list for the parliament. Union laws. Let's delve into a different different laws that the Union can have. Laws in the PU are separated by 2 categories, centralizing policies and generic policies. Starting with the latter, smaller category, every personal union has the assured defense policy when created, which gives the union a defensive character. It is possible to replace it with 2 alternatives if you wish to have your partners not be involved in your defensive wars. These options, however, are not very popular amongst the AI. Vote for possible offense. Yikes. The offensive counterpart has 1 policy which allows you to call your units into offensive wars as if they were allies. The final generic policy is one about union contribution. As you have noticed, the aforementioned policies mention union needs a certain amount of gold. With the union contribution policy, a treasury in the union will be established where each member has to pay in. Even the leader? We see Bohemia and Luxembourg. We don't know if that's the extent of the union, but I think maybe it is. It has the proportion, so I assume they have to pay a percentage of their income, and then proportion, I guess that's the entire union, because that adds up to 100%. Numbers of actual payments are subject to change. The gold in the treasury right now is used to enact policies in the union or to call the parliament. So it's kind of a bit of a free roll, and the bribe is a bit of a free roll, depending on how valuable you look at giving money to estates. The more you value giving money to estates, like if estate money is worth like 80%, then you really don't care about bribing them all that much. Because if you bribe them for 100 ducats, but you expect them to do useful stuff with 80% of the money, then it's kind of like only paying 20 ducats. Moving on to the centralization policies, the first and probably most important one is the policy of establishing a de facto senior partner of the union. The senior partner is the de facto leader of the personal union, so the parliament is called by it, and also the members that can propose the centralizing policies. The AI member with the highest GP score will try and enact this policy. The remaining policies revolve around standardizing succession law, the government reforms and law, and the state privileges, the cultures and languages of the members of the senior after the senior partner ones. Finally, there is a unification of the crown policy, which finalizes the centralization, and lets the senior partner annex every junior partner who has the same integration level as the union itself. For regencies, a regency occurs when the government has no legitimate ruler and is instead led by a regent. Usually this is caused when the heir selection produces no valid heir, or when the heir is a mere child. In monarchy, the consort may become the regent. Otherwise, it is the character associated with the most powerful estate, or even the overlord. A regency persists until a proper ruler is restored. The type of regency you get depends on several factors, but the game goes in the order listed and picks the valid one after monarchy. We have noble regency. If the noble's estate is more than a third of the power, a character from the noble's estate will be assigned to the regent. This will make the nobles happier, but the other estates less happy. Looks like we have this copy-pasted for every one of the estates, including the peasants. Okay, when a country is a subject and has no ruler, the overlord may instead rule as a regent. The subject will, of course, get a loyalty boost as long as the overlord ruler is controlling it. I don't think this means you get control of it as the player, but merely the player's ruler is also the ruler of that country, something like that. When a country is overlord and has no ruler, powerful subjects' ruler may instead rule it as a regent. All subjects will be slightly less loyal, though. Sure. Interesting. Interregnum. This regency happens when a country has no ruler. A temporary provisional administration will lead it until an official ruler gets appointed, which can be quick or can take a long time. So we're going to see this with, like, Poland, and I think interregnum also for the papal states, because they have to do the selection process. Election administration. When a republic has no ruler, a temporary one is assigned to rule as a regent until an official election can be held. We also have unique regencies like the judicial conclave, Mamluk succession, papal conclave, fratricide succession, which we will go into in more details in the relevant Tinto flavor talks. If you feel that an heir is just too incompetent and your current regent is really great, you can extend the regency for 5 or more years at the cost of 20 legitimacy. They really do affect really profoundly cabinet actions. You can get up to, I think it was plus 30% from your ruler. So plus 10% per 33 skill. And so this depends on the power level of cabinet and also how easy it is to get legitimacy, the power level of legitimacy, whether or not you'd want to do this. There's always the chance that a regent has had enough and attempts to seize power, though. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. So let's take a look down here. I don't think there's too much in this that will inform metagame, but we can still take a look. It's mostly a side topic and not something we want to go into today. Talking about the Iberian Crown unification. As we plan to cover in the future, but yes, it'll be possible to have unique PUs with unique features, and the Iberian Union is one of our plans. I don't think we've seen an Iberia flavor. So that means, or that implies, that there is a Tinto flavor. Oh, do they discuss it? They might discuss it here. This is one of the ones we didn't read. The Mallorcan issue. The Union reignites. or the Aragonese union that may trigger in the case that James, Peter's younger brother, is no longer the heir. Okay. Will be possible for a lesser partner in a union, say Croatia, to be able to take over the senior partner using these mechanics, or required to break free like in EU4. Yes, it's currently solved through a CB, but we're planning on replacing it with a PU parliament vote, as that plays more organically. Will forming Spain require to integrate Aragon through normal union mechanics? Yeah. They're kind of... There will be conquest and diplomatic forms to form it, and not necessarily being Castile plus Aragon. It could also be Castile plus Portugal, or would be a really powerful Navarra, who knows. In any case, the new mechanics for the senior partners, this means that it is easy to portray an Aragonese or Portuguese-ruled Iberian union, but more on that when we talk about Spanish-related flavor in the future. I mean, we haven't talked about Spain yet, so maybe we will have that as a Tinto flavor coming up. I think that... Ooh, bookmarking the suggestion. Maybe one could use the Union Treasury to fund constructions and thingies in other Union members. Could even put it behind specific law. But I think this could be an interesting expansion of the system beyond the Parliament calling the fund, and would allow the more management of the definitely equal partner of a union by the senior member. If that's perhaps not in the scope of interest or otherwise impractical, at least letting the senior member embezzle funds could be fun. We do like a little embezzlement. I just think adding a bit more to the Union Treasury, even behind other laws and haggling, could sound interesting. Makes sense. Five scripted non-European PUs as a result at game start. Or scripted, not at game start, scripted though. Interesting. Last week I had a not-so-fun situation because when playtesting as Hungary, my lesser union partner Croatia decided to ally with Serbia, which was my rival and not a country I wanted to attack. That is rough. I think we're not going to glean too much from metagame. Partial integration is possible, as you can integrate the country or countries that are more centralized and remain, and the rest remain in the Union, or as the result of integration level they were previously. In this example, Castile would integrate Aragon, while Naples would remain a separate, non-integrated member of the PU. I think that with control being such an issue, PUs will maybe be really good that you just leave unintegrated for an extended period of time, because you cannot propagate control over their territory, and when they have full control over their territory, they get to develop and do stuff, and so, but you get to hold the eventual annexation over the area. It doesn't mean you can't use the integration mechanic, but maybe that's not a problem. Maybe that is a problem. The disease system. I'm not sure how much we're going to glean from this in terms of thinking through metagame, other than the tools you have against disease are probably ones you're going to want to use. Hey Gene, how's it going? Long time no see. Just got home from work. Yeah, we're going over the Tinto talks. Well, this is the fourth session we've been doing of this, going over all the Tinto talks now that we've covered every mechanics Tinto talks, which extend all the way to Tinto talk number 57. And so we're getting through the last of them here today in terms of what we're doing, talking about the disease system here. We are doing this trying to make a whole bunch of notes for metagame like type of thing, which we are going to probably study and try and refine and reformat and this type of thing. And we're also doing it for making a spreadsheet and try and make a spreadsheet that can calculate the relative value of stuff when you account for a bunch of, variables that you are going to care about. Here. Alright, this week we will talk about disease. Shout out to sharing is caring. We have two types of disease. Environmental, which does not spread through the movement or trade through movement of people, and those that spread. A disease does not infect the pops in a location, but it can infect armies. Each disease has many different attributes, all of which can be complex calculations. This is a flexible system to be entirely modelable through script. A chance for it to spawn each month. How often the disease processes, i.e. how fast it ticks, how quickly it spreads to other pops, how it spreads between locations of pops, how quickly it stagnates in a location or unit, how many pops and soldiers die or become a resistant each tick, how many pops and soldiers die each tick of the above. Die or become resisted. This seems like a redundant bullet point. The mortality of characters, how quickly resistances decay, how much of the presence is needed before it spreads to adjacent locations, and if you want more specific to pop types affected, well, you'll have this in Africa where malaria is probably going to be location based, right? It doesn't spread, and then you're also probably going to have African American pops not very affected by malaria, but European pops are very affected by malaria. Spreadsheets before the game is even in beta. Yeah, dog. We're trying to work on it to the extent that we can, which is not a lot, but there's a lot of information in the Tinto talks, even without having like the full big picture and the full numbers and being able to see all the gears working together and this type of thing. So a lot of inferences and stuff can still be made. When diseases are present to location, the resistance builds up, making further outbreaks less effective. Pop's location and subunits can have resistances, so if Pop moves around, they can bring diseases they have with them that they themselves are immune to. Likewise, the unit carrying disease may spread it to any locations it travels to. Super cool. This doesn't cover trade, but they did talk about it spreading through trade, which is how I imagine Black Plague spreads really strongly through Europe. We see some resistances or diseases in St. Marcellin, and some resistances. So it will be on a location basis, I think, that we experience these things, or provincial. We can see resistance to the bubonic plague. There's a bit of smallpox outbreak here in St. Marcellin, but the resistance is already nice. Big nice. So let's take a detailed look at some the different diseases we have. Could we send smallpox infected goods to rivals? I think you probably can't do it actively, but it just happens passively when the Europeans specifically do encounter the Americas. For example, we would assume that would happen. With the default option, this would happen in 1346. Somewhere start in Central Asia and spread throughout the Old World. It spreads relatively quickly, and the mortality rate for pops is between 30 and 60%. I think historic was 60%. A great pestilence that sweeps through busy trade routes, sparing neither low nor high. Those infected suffer black swellings in the groin and armpits, terrible fever, and death. Some believed it carried by the vermin that scurry in our streets and fields, spreading foul sickness from one soul to another. No, it's definitely spread by witches. The Great Pestilence is next. This will spawn in the New World whenever someone from the Old World colonizes a location. There we go, and spreads from there. It represents a collection of diseases from the European colonizers brought to the Americas. This is the smallpox you're looking for, and will spawn at multiple places. It doesn't impact the pops from the Old World, as they are immune to most of these. This has a gigantic mortality effect, killing between 75 and 90% of all pops. If I recall correctly, 95% in Central America were killed. But terrible news reaches us from abroad. Misery and plague sweeps across the land, and death runs with them, apparently brought by mysterious bearded foreigners. This plague is not something our elders have ever heard of, and no answers in our ancient ancestors' memories could help us face the catastrophe if it reaches our settlements. Will our people perish, or will they somehow resist this walking death that reaches us? Alright, we're probably not going to read the flavor for the rest of these, but malaria is going to be probably the strategically most significant one because it prevents the Europeans from going into Africa, right? This is an environmental disease that pretty much permanent in most of sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the local people have limited resistance to it, but any colonizers from abroad will die. There will be regular outbreaks that could kill 10 to 20% of the pops that do not have resistance in a location. This is the bane of humankind. Malaria, yeah, we're not going to read through this. We also have typhus. Shout out to Typhoid Mary, who was a bit of a scapegoat. Outbreaks will appear in, mainly because she was Irish, because racism. Well, she also did have typhus. She also did have, typhus, but, yeah. Outbreaks will appear in areas of the Old World where one of the 3 types of typhus are endemic. They will also spawn in forest, wood, or jungle locations, spreading from there. Spreads relatively slowly, but the mortality is between 4 and 40%. That's a pretty big range. We have influenza. This will spawn during the winter and spread relatively short period of time. It will not appear in the Americas until the Great Pestilence has ravaged the continent fully. This kills an average of 1 in 1,000 people, so it's not the most lethal of diseases. Nope, it's not. We have measles, making a comeback. This will spawn in most locations around the world and is far more likely to spread in towns and cities. It will not appear in the Americas until the Great Pestilence has ravaged the continent fully. It's a bit more deadly than influenza, but about 2 in 1,000 people will die from it. And then we have smallpox here. This keeps spawning in most locations around the world, but not in arid or Arctic climates. It will spread in a small region and is highly contagious, far more likely to spread in locations with lots of trade. It will not appear in the Americas until Great Pestilence. Mortality has been between 5 and 30%. There are ways to reduce the impact of disease in your country. First of all, there are medical advances in most ages and also buildings you build. We will have to kind of see these buildings and try and make sense of how good they are, probably after looking at a bit of them. But first, there's this hospital that you can build in any town or city with at least 20 development. This is available at the start of the game for more advanced countries. We see character life expectancy. Notably, this does not increase life expectancy of pops, just of characters, and plague resistance of 10%. And does have some upkeep costs, not too terribly bad. The big investment cost is going to be the 200 up front. In terms of opportunity cost, you can expand probably around 4 RGOs for that same price. Because we were looking at the RGO numbers, and they're, I think, 50 base price. Depends on your masonry and lumber prices, though. But just as an example, should have syphilis be spread from the Americas to the rest of the world in exchange for the Great Pestilence? We might have that. I don't think this is necessarily comprehensive. I made a joke about that in a different stream. But yeah, the syphilis comes back. The bane of Napoleon. A little bit of a trade. Then after the scientific revolution, you can research and advance for medical schools and build them in your towns and cities. We see more plague resistance, a whole lot more. Not as much life expectancy bump as plague resistance bump. Next week, we will talk about how forming countries works. Now, we will take a quick look at some of the dev comments here, but not expecting them to yield us kind of as much as something a little bit more economic in nature. Is it honey or beeswax or both? Meow. Okay. Talking about it a little bit through goods. They do trade, they do through trade and pops. Institutions spread. Yep. Before reading, you should put this on. Yep, this guy's got jokes. You make diseases that are insanely unique, yes. Modding's gonna be fun. Everyone's looking forward to the COVID mod. You may have noticed that we only have 1 endemic disease so far, compared to several endemic diseases. This needs a bit more work to make it fully functional, but we'd like to add a few more endemic diseases if possible, yes. The Brazilian colonies were not in malaria areas, and part of what Africa... and what part of Africa was colonized in large amounts before the 19th century by Europeans? Wait, what? Okay, we have to read this guy's comment. This looks like very nice, but how does colonization work then? How do we colonize Brazil and Africa if every European will die of hospitals and only get the plague? No, we just didn't colonize Africa. Yeah. This guy's got the... Yeah, this is the right point. What part of Africa was heavily colonized before Quinine? Can we have malaria endemic in places like marshes or northern Italy, south of Rome, given how it's historically present there? We talked about it, but it's abstracted away. Womp womp. Something about culture. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a matter of how painful is this and how effective are the means of resistance. And this isn't something that we could possibly discern just by sussing out through some of these comments, I don't think. Let's look at the next one, formable countries. Hi everyone, and welcome back. Johan is busy today, allegedly. This is when Johan was kidnapped, so instead I'll walk you through the Tinto talks on formable countries on our little project called Caesar. No happy Wednesday from St. Dave. Boo. It's fairly tight feature, so this should be nice and quick. What are formables? Notably, they prevent you from doing a ton of formables. Basically, formable countries are new tags that you can switch to. Typically, they're represented in historical unions and conquests, but some represent aspirations that never materialized. Generally speaking, the vision behind formables was to offer role-playing and historical immersion and support the player fantasies rather than modifier stacking. They will change your country's name, national flag, and map color, so while you may unlock additional content, such as advances and other minor content, the tag change is often the goal in itself. Spain gets some unique advances in the later ages, but not all do. Rather than your country changing automatically every age, you achieve it by completing certain objectives. Rather than your country changing automatically every age. Why would it change automatically every age? You achieve it by completing certain objectives. Usually you'll need to control a certain percentage of a predefined set of locations. For example, Scandinavia needs 75% of the locations in the Scandinavia regions. Hey Backstabber, how's it going? I hope that they balance colonizing, to be honest. It's so broken in EU4, everything gets colonized so quick. Considering how anti-blobbing the design philosophy of this game is, I would not be surprised if colonizing was a rough. There's typically additional requirements, but I can't tell just by looking at the Tinto talks. There's typically additional requirements, as well as such as your primary culture belonging to a certain culture group. Forming Spain requires that you and all the independent countries in Iberia be Christian, as it is thematically closely tied to the completion of the Reconquista. Iberian Muslims have the reverse rules for forming Al-Andalus. Changing country every age sounds like a dig on Civ 7. You're probably right. Where was that? Yeah. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, you're right. They like to throw shade in these Tinto talks. Formables also have a tier that represents the natural order of their precedence. You can only form countries that are of the same or higher tier than you. For example, England tier 2 can form Great Britain tier 3, but Great Britain can't form England. The AI will only form countries that are a higher tier. There are 3 settings relevant to this game rule. Only historical formable countries. I do really love that they have a lot of game settings that are relevant for kind of customizing your decision making. We have only historical formables, which, okay, this is somewhat self-explanatory. Allow plausible formables countries. Countries that could have been formed or just after the time period will be allowed. So think Italy, because that Italy was formed later. Allow ahistorical formable countries. Examples include North Sea Empire, which is tier 4 if you control Britain and Scandinavia. Europa, tier 5. Yeah, sure. Of course. Historical being Carthage, right? Okay. Some countries have different flags depending on the exact manner in which they are formed. For example, the menu version of the Union Jack, which I think looks cooler, is with the dominant solitaire when you start as Scotland. Civ 7 is the worst Civ till date, so bad. Yeah, it is kind of rough. I think it eventually will be good, but the skeleton of a game is there, but man, it really is like a skeleton in the closet of fire axes. We see Prussia, might be worth it. They get 100 devotion. And then we see form Celtica. Some exist to fulfill common player fantasies, but only appear if the player chooses in the game rules to have the less historical ones. So we have this is our current list of formable countries. Let us know which ones you would like us to add. That's quite a few here. Let's kind of skim this really quick. We have the HRE. We have Byzantium. Isn't Byzantium present at the game start? I guess you can form them if they get removed from the map. We have the United States. We have the Mughals. We have, of course, Mongolia as well. We have the Latin Empire. We have the North Sea. We have Al-Andalus. We have Arabia, which Pan-Arabia was definitely a dream. We have Canada, Egypt. Egypt's interesting because what did the Mamluks even need to do to form Egypt? Curious. We have Malaya, Scandinavia, which of course did form. Bengal, Delhi, Ethiopia. Yankees fan will be pleased to know that. Great Britain, Inca, Congo, Manchu, Mexico, Spain, which we are expecting to see, 2 Sicilies, but also Italy. Of course, the important one, Carthage. I don't know why this is ahistorical. Don't know what that's about. We also see Africa. Kind of an interesting one. Jerusalem, plausible. Maya, plausible. Would love to see. I think it might be interesting, even though you'll get a lot of your pops killed when the Europeans arrive. Playing in the New World will maybe be a bit more interesting now. Netherlands, generally the ones that we kind of like playing in these games. Or when I played a lot of EU4, played a lot of the Netherlands. Just making a nice little trade empire. But okay. That's all for today. That's today's Dev Diary. Thank you for reading, and we'll see you next time when we talk about subject types and interesting parts of the Castilian player fantasy. I really don't think there's going to be too much in the comments for us in terms of strategy. I think when you... we know when you culture swap, you do not get immediately the advances of the new culture, but instead you get them in the next age. I wonder if that's the same for a country. I doubt that that's the case. I assume you get the advances immediately. But that might be a way in which it works. In which case, it makes it so you want to get your formable before the next age, specifically. Let's see if we have a more upbeat song in this. Never liked Civ series in any case, but the rollout 7 was really foobar. Yeah, we tried to make a big push on Civ 7, and it was just like, we have so much time invested, and we wanted to try and get some videos out of it, but I think like no one's watching now because nobody's playing. But I think also no one's making content. I think all the Civ 6 guys moved back to Civ 6, so maybe it's kind of semi-open. I don't know. Do you have a favorite region of the world where you like to play in EU4? Probably Iberia. Iberia / the Netherlands. I like playing the colonization game, and generally... that means you have to be really far west. How's things? FIS Civ 4 is the best. Respectfully, I like Civ 6, but I like Civ 4's combat the best. I think. Minus some bugs. Welcome to the stream, Blue Moo. How you doing? How you be? Welcome to the 51st Tinto Talks, the Happy Wednesday. Johan's back, where we give you information about the entire secret game with the codename of Project Caesar. Today, we will talk about subjects and how they function in our game. Subjects and their overlord. In Project Caesar, it starts, as it starts in the... Well, let's actually... There's first an important note that we want with subjects. We imagine... that circumventing low control will probably be a play pattern. That's the first thing. Control modifies your tax base, which is pretty significant, and if you can't properly tax the pops, what's the point? And also, rebels get paid from the low control amount, so you will be able to stay much more stable, even if your pops are starving and this type of thing, if you have a lot of control, because the money doesn't get deleted, instead it goes to rebels. So, what are formable countries? Basically, oh wait, we already went through this. Subjects and Overlord. It starts at the end of the medieval era and reaches post-Napoleonic world. We have a system that works for feudal states and also for grand empires spanning the world. This is simulated by our subject system. A subject is any country subordinate to an overlord. It typically has limitations on its diplomacy in return for protection and war. Subjects may also suffer subject taxation and have a certain percentage of great power score extracted by their overlord. Additionally, a subject may not become a great power. From what we saw, the great power score that is extracted from subjects is an enormous amount. So to the extent that getting a great power score is important, expanding and having more subjects, even if they're not paying you, or you're not calling them into wars, might be good. The exact rules are dependent on the subject type. Subjects have a subject loyalty towards their overlord and liberty desire, both of which indicate their current stance on subordination. Any subject may turn on their overlord of other countries, allowing chains of... Any subject may in turn be the overlord of other countries. Yeah, long chains of subject overlord. An overlord is a country that has any... I wonder... Feeding your subjects some subjects might be a means by which you can avoid making them too powerful, and also might allow as much diplo maintenance of having a big subject. I wonder if that's possible. An overlord is a country that has any number of subjects as its subordinates in return for protecting each subject in wars. It typically receives taxation and a certain percentage of the subject's great power score. The exact rule... Okay, we already read this. Coming in hot. Civ 4 combat sucks when you lose in a battle and had 99.96 chance to win. I don't know, that's life, baby. Playing poker, baby. You lose to a one-outer, like 2% of the time or whatever. Runner, that feels bad. Thankfully, EU5 isn't getting rid of quality of life features from EU4. Well, Project Caesar seems to be adding so much quality of life in terms of automating things. Every subject has subject loyalty towards their overlord ranging from 0 to 100, and when the subject has less than 50 loyalty towards its overlord, it becomes a disloyal subject. When in such a state, it will no longer join the wars of the overlord and cannot be annexed. There's also the concept of a liberty desire, which represents the subject's current drive for independence from their overlord, and it affects loyalty. Value goes from minus 100 to a plus 100, but has a monthly decay towards 0. This value is also used in a currency from some subject interactions. And because it has a decay, it might be a resource where if you're not using it, it feels like you're losing it type of thing. The Bretons are loyal for now. Power relative to overlord. This is another one why giving your subjects might be better. But okay. Diplomatic capacity. As we mentioned earlier in Tinto Talks, having a subject is not a fixed number as in previous games we made, but it depends on a number of factors, including the type of subject. So, if you're trying to maximize the areas of which you can have more control, like if you're trying to blob harder, you probably want the lower tier subject types. and feed them more territory. Just as a general kind of rule of thumb. So, like, you have a bunch of marches, because when you have low control over... Let's maybe talk about control in, like, a slightly isolated way, because we haven't really talked about it directly. Okay. And this is, like, relevant for what we're trying to say. Okay, so control, we have the capital here in Sweden. As we get further and further from the capital, we get lower and lower control. The control gets paid out to rebels, and we cannot tax out... the areas with high control, we get a bigger and bigger proportion of the taxes, directly proportionate to control. So if we have 100% of control, we get 100% of the taxes. So in the capital here, we get 100%, or wherever the capital is here. And then over here, if it's like, say, 50%, 50% goes to us, 50% goes to rebels. What we could do is we could release subjects here. Subjects will have max control. And so, in theory, the more you want to blob and have pseudo-control over areas, eventually, if you expand out way too far, you're going to have, like, no control in an area. So you release as a subject, and having subjects that are cheaper in terms of cost on the diplomatic capacity is going to allow you to effectively blob out further. But you're going to get, like, less income from them, or less this or that, this type of thing. But it is going to be a way by which you can effectively propagate more control when you run out of the ability to manage the stuff yourself. So the subject system is probably going to be the means by which you can blob, as a general kind of thing. We have a combat system like in CK2 with the left and right flank. Yes, we have left and right flank, and middle flank. Or left, right, and center. Don't they have to be mad before giving money to rebels? Or was it even happy? They give the money to rebels, but the rebels aren't insurrectionary unless they're unhappy, I think is my understanding of how it works. So maybe they do have to be mad, because they have to fill up a budget before they rebel, and the budget's filling up when you have low control, but it also might just be like a tinderbox where if maybe they fill the budget even when they're not upset, and then it's like a light switch when they get upset. But maybe you're right, maybe they have to be bad folk. We could be mistaken in kind of our analysis here. We have create new subjects. If you have locations, more than 2 different provinces, you'll always have the ability to create a subject of one of your provinces. So you have to give up the entire province. You can also select the valid types of subjects in your that your country can have in that province. After you've selected the type of subject you want, you may, if the subject type allows, also pick the character to be the ruler of this new subject. There are also ways to convince your subject to change from one type of subject to another type where it would be valid. As I understand it, CK2's combat was iffy to understand and learn, but when you did, it was great and fun because it made it simpler, but nice to have more control. Yeah, you get to set up who's on the left, right, and center, I think, in Project Caesar? I'm not really sure. But there is the left, right, and center, so I would assume. Flanders is a vassal of the kingdom. They cannot cancel the relation. They can be annexed at +5 progress a month. They can only be annexed after 10 years. They can be annexed if they have at least 150 opinion. So, annexation, it doesn't cost mana. It's just on a timer. And this will make releasing subjects just considerably better if you have this diplomatic capacity. We see that it will join defensive wars, and they will join offensive wars, and they will give food access. But 1.4, it's probably expensive because vassal is probably a more expensive type of subject just in general. Benefits for Overlord, monthly prestige. Flanders spreads 20% of its institutions to Paris. They pay income to Paris. They give a lot of great power score of the stuff that they own to Paris. and they give benefits for subject efficiency of cabinet 5%. So yeah. A fiefdom is a junior that is properly a junior title that is the property of its overlord's ruler. This can be created and maintained by a monarchy, though. There are some drawbacks to it, as it cannot be created by diplomatic offers and does not grant any prestige. Interesting. A march. A march is a subject country focused on defending our domain, acting as a barrier between the overlord and external threats. I thought it said eternal. A march pays half the gold as vassal and cannot be annexed, but the march gets a discipline boost and gets better lasting forts that are also cheaper. An interesting idea is that because you're not throttled by the number of different subjects you have, but instead by the size of the subject multiplied by the type of relationship, I think it's going to be multiplicative. It might be actually good to release marches just on key fort location. So let's say there's rough mountainous terrain, makes for a really good fort, but as mountain territory, not really that worth developing. This could be an interesting idea that you release this. Also, as states build their own buildings, it might be the case that if some territory is just real bad, like it's desert in the middle of nowhere, if depending on how the auto queue works, if it tends to build in places that it shouldn't build too much, releasing the territory so that they avoid building there might be a consideration. Colonial nation is a subject centered around the administration of your overseas colonies on behalf of its overlord. There are two ways to create a colonial nation. First of all, you can create one from conquered overseas territory, but secondly, and most commonly, you have the option to create one directly when one of your colonial charters finishes. A colonial nation gives up 33% of its trade capacity and trade advantage to their overlord, while also giving 10% of their manpower as sailors and pays 20% tax to the overlord. It'll be interesting if it's worth if North Africa counts as overseas, getting them as a colonial nation because you prefer this trade capacity and trade advantage bonus, turning the Mamluks into a colonial nation, I don't know. I imagine that the game doesn't let you do that and considers all of the Mediterranean to be not overseas. Oh, and this one was the one we were super hyped about when we first read it. Conquistadors are their own nation that operate outside, but they're non-landed. Instead, they're army-oriented nations. We cooking tonight? Hell yeah, brother. Conquistadors are the leader of a private army who sign contracts with rulers to explore and conquer certain territories in exchange for the title of governor and a share of the new lands and spoils. This is a unique type of subject that is only available to Catholic countries in Iberia, and this advance is available from the Age of Discovery. A conquistador can be commissioned by selecting an area in America, and then the character to lead them. It'll also require a loud car outside, and about 2,000 manpower, and some wow, that's a second. That's a third. There's a convoy, boys. That's a motorcycle. The loud convoy strikes again. It will also require about 2,000 manpower and some gold to start. It will start with prepping in a nearby port, and we have... I think this has been reviewed in one of the later ones, and it creates buy orders for an extended period of time, which is nice. Just a few months, and then it's off to the conquest of paradise. Maybe that's what it is immediately. Afterwards, the conquistador have gathered enough resources for their expedition. They set sail, and you will hear from them in a few months, informing you that they have started their activities. Or you'll hear from them never again, because they failed. Shame to have not kept up with the dev diaries for the Horde DLC. Yeah, we haven't, well, you're talking about yourself, but we are only doing dev diaries for victory and Project Caesar. We have the live car emote, but only on Twitch. Let's see what he can do. This spawns an army-based country in the location, in the area, starting with about 2 regiments of conquistadors. They start at war with the owner of the location where they spawn, and will automatically conquer any location they get control over. They also have the capacity to raise levies from the local people, even if it's from a non-accepted culture. If they manage to get peace, or get enough locations, they will convert into a colonial nation of yours. Some of the other subject types we will go into detail and talk about are about countries, we will go into detail when we talk about countries that can use them in a Tinto flavor. I include appanages, state banks, Hanseatic members, and more. Playing as an overlord, several different types of subjects allow the overlord to annex a subject. Annexation is when an overlord completely takes over one of its subjects. The overlord will gain all of its subjects' locations and any character not fleeing to other countries. A disloyal subject cannot be annexed, and the cost of annexation depends on the amount of cities and towns that subject has, with rural locations having less of an impact. So cost primarily depends on cities and towns. So if you release subjects that don't have cities or towns, reintegrating them is going to be more cheap. Less than 30 years should be worth it. We see that they're a fiefdom. We get 2 progress. Not as much progress as vassal. There are also plenty of different subject type interactions, like giving locations to your subject, or take land, manpower, gold, or sailors from them. We can see quite a bit here. That is quite a bit. Changing their language is probably somewhat valuable. Divert trade. Place relative on throne. Nice. Siphon incomes, start annexation, yeah. And of course, there are other unique ones. Playing as a subject. If you play as a subject, a country that is a subject, you have a few tools at your disposal. First of all, there are 2 different cabinet actions you can use. Frustrate annexation. This action uses the administrative ability of the ruler and the cabinet member to slow down annexation. Yikes. You're probably in big trouble if that's happening. And then sow disloyalty. This action can be used as uses the diplomatic ability of the ruler and the cabinet member to reduce loyalty in your overlord. And these each seem to give... wait a second. Most cabinet actions get a cap of 30%. This seems to give a cap of 50% on sowing disloyalty. Curious. So the cabinet power seems considerably more important for sowing disloyalty. And if you want to become independent, there are 2 ways to do it. First of all, there's the classic option of just declaring war on your overlord, but that's often not an entirely good idea, especially if you have a tax base about 1% of your powerful overlord. However, the other option in Project Caesar is to start an independence movement. This is somewhat similar to a coalition in that it is an international organization with a target country. You can invite other countries to join it, including other subjects of the same overlord, and when you've gathered enough strength in your movement, often securing the backing of another powerful country, you can start the war and have a chance at liberty. Give me liberty or give me death. Okay, let's see if there is anything especially worth looking at here in the responses, or in the kind of upvoted dev responses that we're going to glean especially big information. Almost all of them are SOPs and technically not playable. American nation, yeah. This is covered in like the types of nations. But yeah, that's going to be a difficult one. Deciding... Well, they might make them playable eventually. That's not germane to the conversation. Will vassal swarms be a thing that's viable in Project Caesar? Depends. There's no magical plus X gold, X manpower for any country like EU4 has. Okay. Though that does seem a bit unfair when that the conquistadors are only available to the Iberians. Perhaps some leeway be given over given to other Atlantic cultures or even Maghrebians. This is purely an Iberian one. Slap down. Nobody but Iberia. I wonder if all Andalus gets that. I think it said Christian or Catholic, so I think that's a no. You can always ask to become a vassal of a more powerful country. One of the ways to survive for more than a decade as Granada. One of the only ways. Is that a challenge? I wonder if you sometimes want to become a subject because you want to convince the rivals of that overlord to support your freedom, and in doing so, allow you to peel some extra wargles. This is probably no good. This is kind of like EU4, like old meta was getting one ally and just having them beat up everyone before they made the trust and favor system, which of course is fantastic. Their armies are autonomous, which makes them less valuable. You need some advances to make colonial nations on other continents. Can do a sunset invasion in Congolese Belgium. The tooltip is kind of visually contradicting. The numbers are not adding. The numbers not adding up. Notwithstanding the values of being green in a tooltip, but red on the list feels bad. I'd invert the colorings in the tooltip. With anything adding to the cost being in red, while anything decreasing from it being green. Yeah, tooltips get updated. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, I think we're gonna check on the next kind of one. We spent a really long time on some of these. I don't think the subject type we're gonna get too much more out of in terms of trying to figure out metagame. I don't think we're gonna get too much out of weather and volcanoes, but we'll take a look through this. Modders will make SOPs playable within the first month or so of release of season. That's true. They might be really rough to play, though, and kind of boring. I want them to release more stuff on the Ottomans. Is there... Have they done any Tinto flavor? Yeah, we've missed some of the Tinto flavors. Hello and welcome to another Tinto Talks, the Happy Wednesday, of course, Project Caesar. In a game where we simulate hundreds of millions of people, and not all calamities that get exposed to involve warfare and diseases. Today we will talk about how Mother Nature does her best to reduce population regularly. After interacting with Victoria 3's like weather system or natural disaster system, I forget exactly what it's called. It actually just kind of feels low-key a little bit annoying because there's not really much interesting decisions you can do other than put down a decree there. Like, you can't insulate yourself, you can't buy a loud car to escape the natural disaster, and flooding specifically is like semi-cataclysmic. Yeah. People are popping off today, though. As one of the widest definitions of Little Ice Age encompasses almost the entire time span of our game, we decided to go with the modern minimum, which happened between this and this, being the colder phase of the period. We want to simulate the Little Ice Age. Did I not make my point? I actually entirely forgot what my point is. Holy snap. I think I didn't make my point. I was talking about something. We simulate Little Ice Age. I got distracted by the loud cars outside. Man, they're so loud today. Northern half of the Northern Hemisphere making winters longer. During the Little Ice Age, oh yeah, the weather just kind of feels kind of annoying. But I think the fact that it like freezes over mountains and tactically applies is really cool. But like the weather effects in Victoria 3 are just like... you almost like completely ignore them. I don't know. During the Little Ice Age, food production is affected and areas lowered, and events and other mechanics are happening which make experience challenging to the late game. We also have a rare in-depth weather system where we simulate storms and other similar phenomena moving across the planet. We currently have 2 categories of weather system, the weather front and the cyclone. We have also included the weather fronts to be the monsoons, which have the particularity of going in one direction, Africa to India, from February to June, and in the other direction, Himalayas to the Indian Ocean from October to December. Cyclones in Dundalk Bay. We're currently seeing one. It's affecting a bunch of locations. We can expect wind damage and sandstorms, and also storm surge. Not all weather systems that spawn are the same strength, and their strength can change as they move across the map. The strength of the weather system directly impacts the benefits or penalties they give to locations. Fronts are usually wide weather patterns, bringing in rain and from oceans into lands. This can have negative impacts on armies and navies, but provide a large food production boost. I think the fact that you have stockpiles probably makes weather mechanics more interesting or feel better in Project Caesar generally. But they might also just kind of be low-key annoying, but like cool from a simulation perspective, but when you're actually playing, they're just kind of annoying. Cyclones or hurricanes, as they are known in the northern hemisphere, now are a more narrow weather system, which causes a lot of damage due to high wind speeds. We see damage, RGO output, monthly prosperity, maritime presence. Maritime presence will decrease both your control. I don't know if maritime presence gives you market access, but market access we have seen is really substantive because market access hurts the sell value of goods. And so both control hurting the tax base and market price hurting, or market access hurting the sell value. This is really, really substantive. If you have 50% control and 50% market access, you'll only have like 25% of the value in a location. So we also see food production minus 3%. All in all, that's not the worst. At least no buildings have damage, or do buildings get deleted? In deserts with cold arid or arid climate, there will sometimes be beneficial rains through a weather system passes through, but instead you will get sandstorms. Not the sandstorms. This looks more acute, but we also know that the intensity varies, so the cyclones could be generally worse, and they're just showing us a particularly nasty sandstorm. I don't like sand. It's coarse, it's rough and irritating, and gets everywhere. Not like this. In any location with severe winter where front passes through, there will be snow instead of heavy rain. We see huge movement penalty, huge RGO penalty. This is really substantive in terms of power, and this can make you really, really sad. Big 3 natural disasters suck, as other than a decree or get NG. That's all you can do. And I wish they had laws, firemen, or National Guard, or fireman rescue like they do with the police. Yeah, that's the problem with weather in Vic 3, I think, for me mostly, is that there's no agency with regards to interacting with it. Maintaining a big food reserve, for example, or trying to maintain large RGO stockpiles is something you could do in Project Caesar here to try and offset this, or having a different approach regarding storage and like this type of thing. Because like if you have a bad snowstorm and everyone starves to death or something like this, that's super yikes, right? So then maybe you invested more storage centers in general in the north, knowing that a particularly nasty snowstorm can like be bad for you, or also you don't want to be going around you don't want to be marching your army in the winter, paying this huge movement cost and this huge navy attrition. So this prevents you from fighting wars. The further north you are, you have to think to yourself, the worst wars are going to be in the winter. Like in Victoria 3, the weather doesn't affect like your warfare. It's just purely like economic, and it's not something you can really interact with. Except for the 1 decree / National Guard, which isn't very granular or interesting, I think. There are locations which contain volcanoes that are not entirely dormant. At any point, any of them may erupt, spewing out streams of lava and enormous clouds of ash that leave a path of destruction in its wake, causing huge devastation to the location that they are present in. It will ruin RGOs, destroy buildings, kill a lot of people, and reduce the prosperity dramatically. Afterwards, there's a small boost to food production due to volcanic soil for a few decades. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Expanding raw materials time, minus 25%. Food production, plus 50%. That's actually a lot of plus 50%. I guess if you have volcanoes erupt in areas that are not populated at all, maybe you start shipping a bunch of population there after the volcanic eruption. But that's like an emergent gameplay pattern that's interesting. You're leaving behind volcanic soil, but then do you really want to settle next to a volcano? That actually seems really stupid, huh? I just hope that the common event is not a killer like in EU4. It gives you minus 100 stability. A large part, or minus 200 rather, a large part of the world is prone to earthquakes. While we do have some famous historical earthquakes likely to happen, we also have a small chance that an earthquake, that any area with an earthquake risk can get one. Hell yeah, brother. We researched the fault lines and we put them into the game, brother. Similar to a volcano, it will destroy the buildings and kill people, but earthquake will usually not affect just a single location, but many adjacent ones. Sadly, there are some locations that are in awkward positions of being in an earthquake zone, and just having a volcano. And having a volcano, that is awkward. And I like that this is visual. We know that this is an earthquake zone. We can learn about plate tectonics when we're playing the game. I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to get too much from the devs in terms of informing metagame from this down here. But I like that there's more interactions we can have with, like, or like it feels like there's... I think that, like, building more storage the further north you are and changing your strategy in regards to, like, how willing you are to fight in the winter is, like, a pretty substantive thing that feels immersive. Like, the weather patterns in Victoria 3 don't feel immersive at really. Volcanoes and earthquakes. Hadonisi must have been the wind. True. No special 1-year announcement. Not now. This is a Tinto Talk number 52. But this is an important kind of point in development, right? Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much out of this. Let's actually take a look at Tinto Talk number 1. Real quick. So this is the announcement of the project, where they don't really talk much, but they talk about, like, the potentiality of timeline and stuff like this, which is always something that people kind of care about. First of all, it stands for Paradox Tinto. It was founded in 2020, so we are now 5 years into this project. Team's grown to almost 30 people at this time, like a year and a half ago, or a year and a third about. A long time ago, we started talking about a game as soon as we started working on it. Back with the Almost Forgotten Past, we make games in about 8 to 9 months. I remember announcing Vicky 2 with just 2 mock-up screenshots and a half a page of ideas. This changed a bit over time with the rule of not announcing the game until it's past its alpha milestone, in case it would be cancelled. So by the time it is announced, it will have passed its alpha milestone, as happened with Runemaster. And then when projects started going from 18-month development cycle with games like EU4 to many years, like our recent games, I think the announcement for CK3 was so far before release. The time from announcements of release became closer. The time from announcements to release became closer and closer to the release became much closer to the release of the game. Why does this matter? Well, from a development perspective, communicating with the players is extremely beneficial as it provides us with feedback. But if it's too late in the development process that you cannot adapt to feedback, the development diary is just a marketing tool. Johan was in charge of Imperator, and had there been feedback, Imperator probably would have done much better. Okay, yeah, let's look at it. I think games like Imperator might have looked differently had the communicated had we involved the community earlier and listened to the feedback. So the idea is we want to get them involved before this announcement, much closer to the release of the game. If we look at Hoi 4, this was from the first time we talked about it, about air warfare, about 10 years ago, and not much in common with the release version. Whoops. However, talking about a game for a long period of time is not great for building hype either. And so to be able to make proper huge announcement is important as well. So what is this then? We'll call this subforum Tinto Talks. We'll be talking about the design aspect of the game we are working on. We will not tell you which game it is, which we still won't, nor will we be able to tell you when it will be announced. It will arrive exactly when it means to, like a wizard. We will be talking with you almost every week in this type of thing. So, but just adding a little bit of context in terms of thinking through those things. But, okay, let's look at Tinto Talk number 53, which is detailing mercenaries and POWs. And this is the last of the ones that is not applying to improvements that are being made. So this is the last mechanics Tinto Talk here. Hello everyone and welcome to another Tinto Talks. Happy Wednesday, of course, and we are talking about Project Caesar. People who know how to pronounce it, or people who know what this game really is, the true title is Project Teaser, and if you know how to pronounce it, it's actually Project Tysar. This week we will be talking about mercenaries and prisoners of war in game. As mentioned in previous Tinto Talks, we have 3 types of regiments: levies, regulars, and mercenaries. You can at any point rearrange any army and move regiments freely between them, no matter the status of the regiment. Woo! And then here we see we have guys distributed differently on the flanks. This is something you guys were talking about in chat a little bit earlier, wanting to be able to put guys on different portions of the flank and this type of thing. We have 545 in the center, 256 on the right flank, and 373 in reserves. Why so few in the center? I'd expect where that's a lot of bulk of the regular knights are, and the total army has 6 cavalry levy regiment, 2 regular, and 9 mercenaries for a total of 634 men. Hiring mercenaries. When you hire a mercenary company, you will need to first find a commander that can raise the company for you. This is not a simple choice, as a more competent commander will cost more gold, but the amount of regiments you can raise under the mercenary depends both on the administrative ability of the commander, super cool, and also the possible mercenaries the pops of that area has. Mercenary regiments rely on having their soldiers come from pops, and if there's not enough soldiers in an area, that will limit the amount of regiments. Negative stability in the country, together with devastation and low control in the location, determines how many pops are willing to become mercenaries. So if you're already getting rolled by the enemy and you're getting a bunch of devastation, you're not going to be able to recruit as many mercenaries. The types of regiments the mercenary can raise depends on what type of regiments are commonly available in the area the mercenary is recruited from. Some types of regiments might be more common than others in an area, and just because you have found nice 99 administrative commander, he may not be able to raise enough of a certain type of regiment you want. Womp womp. That guy has a lot of, that guy looks pretty good. Not as good as that guy, hell yeah. This must be sorted by administration? No, because this guy's... Yeah, this guy looks real good, huh? Pretty good commander who can lead a pretty big army, yeah. Carl van Doorlach. Contracts and extensions. When you hire a mercenary, you have a default contract length, and at the end of the contract, the mercenaries will stop their service. However, if you are still at war, the contract can be extended for another year. If you wish to terminate a contract in advance, you will need to pay the the remaining contracted fee. You can also have an auto extension on contracts and manually extend a contract for another 24 months for an individual mercenary company at a time. I wonder why it's 24 months instead of 12. Each new contract signed or extended has a signing fee. Maybe that's why it's 24, just to reduce the signing fee. That heavily depends on the types of troops you wish to hire and the skill of the commander. Bribing mercenaries, a mechanic from Imperator that I think is super cool. Just because the contract is signed does not mean the mercenary will stay loyal the entire contract. Another country may come around and offer more money to buy their loyalty. This is not exactly cheap, but it can be rather useful at times. This is like doubly useful, but by doubly we mean triply useful. And so let's make a category for mercenaries. What is it? Bribing mercs seems very strong. Just in a general sense, you not only get the mercenaries yourself, you deprive it of your opponent. So it's worth, like, effectively double the amount of troops, but also, if there's an engagement that occurs, and you can turn around and you can bribe the reinforcements or something like this, you can take an engagement that looks winnable, and make it completely unwinnable. And so, tactically speaking, that seems incredibly strong. Effectively, it's double worth because you get armies and also deny them. So this is something I think it's going to depend on what the cost looks like. Look, if the cost is like 3 times just recruiting mercs, it maybe isn't worth it. Or if they don't really have good mercs and you want mercs from a specific location, that's going to be something that is, you're going to need to just recruit them from your own location. But, okay. 1, renting out your armies. One alternative to paying gold every month to your regular regiments and at peace and is to rent them out as mercenaries. You can select any unit which you have and put them on the market for a given percentage of your costs, usually above your own costs, as you need to turn a profit after all. Even if you didn't turn a profit, this could still be worth it because it could allow you to just maintain a larger standing army than you otherwise would. And I imagine this is really good if you're running a big amount of surplus manpower but you don't want to pay for a larger army. If all goes well, you earn gold and your regiments get some nice experience. The armies are then listed as possible armies to contract for any country within range. They can reinforce according to how much manpower you have. Manpower operates at an equilibrium effectively because there's manpower maintenance for every regiment. And so if you, let's say the maintenance on a regiment is 1 manpower and you produce 5 manpower, well, if you have 5 regiments, your armies will not reinforce. If you have 4 regiments, your armies will reinforce 1 manpower at a time, very, very slowly. So if you have a relatively low manpower relative to your maintenance, you probably don't want to rent the armies out. If you have really high manpower relative to your maintenance, you probably want to rent them out. Man, poor. So we're gonna put that in there. But okay. Prisoners. Sometimes when you win a battle by overrunning the enemy, you capture regiments of the defeated side. Overrun is what a player refers to as a stack wipe, which is what happens when you have 10 to 1 odds, or when the other side has 0 morale and you have a larger army. There are multiple ways to deal with prisoners if you don't want to keep them around and feed them. No matter what, though, prisoners will die slowly over time, as this is not the age of the Geneva Conventions. The truth hurts with that one. Through various abilities, you have ways to deal with the prisoners. First of all, you can attempt to ransom them back to the owners, which will net you some gold, and return the regiment to the owner. Secondly, you can recruit them to fight as mercenaries, but that means you have to pay them. The advantage of that is that they won't fight for the enemy, though. I imagine this is going to be pretty strong. Thirdly, you can just execute them. This is a bit frowned upon, and so it will affect your aggressive expansion, now being reshaped to be the other mechanic, but sometimes it might be worth it. The fourth option you'll know about when we talk about the Nahuatl faith and the future Tinto talks. Yeah, so this is human sacrifice. However, if you overrun the enemy with your with prisoners, you will of course free them and take them back. Okay, which is of course something you're a fan of. Now we've gone through the core mechanics here of Project Caesar. The next few weeks we'll go over all the changes that have happened during the course of this year. Thanks to both your great feedback and internal and external testing. After that, it's time to go through the mechanics of the different religions, different situations, and different international organizations we have. Cool. So let's get into that. Economic improvements. which features some pretty big ones here. After the War of the Roses, we, the English, send a lot of our men to fight as mercs in Italy, and we would get the enemy army to pay to not fight us, and the guys who hired us to not fight them. Yeah, so you just come there and you just threaten them with a stick. I mean, if the army's already there, it all makes a bunch of sense, and then you don't need to die for some other idiot's war. Everybody wins except for the Italians, who both lose. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Tinto Talks. This is the Happy Wednesday, Project Caesar. The main reason for us to do these Tinto Talks is to gather feedback and improve the game. What you have been telling us really matters, and we would now like to talk about some important changes that happened during this year. When we talk about external feedback here, it's primarily from people reacting to Tinto Talks, and when we say internal feedback and when we say internal feedback, it's from people at Paradox and our partners playtesting it. The first of 4 talks on feedback is about improvements to the economic system of Project Caesar. Goods rework. Added 5 goods and removed 2 by merging some goods. Some great feedback. This is already represented in the spreadsheet. First of all, we limited to your arguments and split spices into 3, pepper, etc. Dates were merged into fruits, makes sense. Soybeans with legumes. Also makes sense. A soybean is indeed a legume. This is because we wanted to make sure goods add interesting depth and flavor to the economy without cluttering the system, and we thought it was they're better candidates to be split up. We also added beeswax to simulate everything from honey to candles. This was heavily requested by the community. Boy, was it. When they talked about goods, that was like the only comment they had, and this is common raw material around most of the world. 2 newly produced goods that were added were pottery and furniture, so no longer have the abstraction being clay, and furniture is going to be needed as well. Pottery is produced mainly from clay, and it is demanded by both POPs and many buildings producing alcohol. Furniture requires lumber to be produced, and is primarily demanded by POPs, while some administrative buildings also require a small amount of furniture regularly as well. Goods tooltips show market-related information. Yeah, this can be exported. Plus 7.94. Yikes. That's a lot of pottery. Some goods got increased base prices like lumber and salt, while many demands for goods have been changed from feedback. So this is of course buff to lumber and salt, but we don't know the new prices. So the prices we have in the spreadsheet currently, I think it's like 2 on each. And salt specifically, that seems like egregious. Yeah, salt. Oh, we don't have the price. We did not put it in. Do we have lumber in here? We didn't even put lumber in. No, it's in here. There we go. We just don't have the price because we don't know what the new price is. They just said that they increased it. So we deleted that. Productivity and specialization, something that was suggested in many places, was to improve specialization and make different locations more unique when it comes to industry. This we've achieved through 4 mechanical changes. So this is some pretty heavy economic stuff here. First of all, we added a soft building cap where every town can support 25 building levels, every city 100 building levels, and each development, the point in location, adds another building level. Each level above the building cap increases building costs in that location by 10%. This, besides making you want to diversify your cities, makes decisions to go from guilds to manufactories to mills something you want to strive for. It has the added benefit of adding some minor diminishing returns for returns on investment for the very rich, and adding another incentive to get cities where possible. So, soft building cap. We have buildings. Soft cap encourages specialization. But you don't have vertical integration as far as I can tell. Let's continue. Secondly, which ties in specialization, is the fact that every single level of building adds another 1% production efficiency. This serves to represent economies of scale. So in a town with level 8 brewery, 8% more beer with than having 8 towns with 1 brewery each. This is huge. EOS, 1% production efficiency. Locations should specialize. Thirdly, we added mechanic. We have the previous game and added benefits to having raw materials produced locally. Okay, just kidding. They did have this in. I forgot that they did this. If you have access to the input goods in the same province of the building, you can now get up to 10% more production efficiency. Local inputs. Production efficiency. This is very important to note. Increases profit by more than the percent. This is because it is an output, not throughput modifier. It doesn't increase inputs. There we go. Finally, we have the base amount of levels RGO you can have in a location, which we tied heavily to population and development, and then gave rural locations a 100% boost to RGO levels. This naturally makes the choice of where you build cities and towns more interesting. Do we have an RGO section? %100% boost to RGO levels. And then they're still tied to population and development. We maybe make an RGO section. And RGOs, I think, are just not buildings per the nomenclature for this. So what was the point we wanted to emphasize here? Tied to pop and dev. And then we'll put I think it's level cap is what they're saying. Boost to RGO levels. This is something we're uncertain about. But is going to be important. Minting. We reworked minting and the inflation mechanics to be more tied to the production of precious metals. Now, I don't think they covered inflation in any of the previous Tinto talks. In Project Caesar, or Tizar, We have 2 precious metals in gold and silver, but the mod could have as many as they want. They have 3 different impacts on precious metals for minting. First of all, the amount of gold and silver you produce has an impact on the income you get from minting and minting new coins. Secondly, the production of gold and silver as a percentage of your total goods increases inflation. Finally, minting requires access to gold and silver. If a country can't get in their market, then they can't produce more money. So boosts minting causes inflation a higher proportion of your economy. Perfect. And then we can see here, minting is 8% of the tax base. We've banned the export of it. That should increase minting, I guess. And also, we can just locally produce jewelry and then export that, so that's probably something you'd want to do. Inflation changes 0.07 each month due to minting threshold, plus 5%. And what do we have here? Base value for every country, minus 0.1%. And then gold and silver produced and current minting level, which is proportion relative to our economy. And also getting the following demand to the pest market from minting. So the minting creates demand as well. So the production of the good creates demand for the good. That's kind of curious. A little bit interesting. Population changes. One thing we noticed playtesting was how the RGO economy could basically ignore deaths as long as you had enough peasants around, because living peasants would just instantly fill the vacancies created by deaths. We decided to change that by splitting peasants into 3 different pops types. Laborers, soldiers, and peasants. Laborers and soldiers are still lower class pops. They belong to the same estates, but they need to be promoted from peasants to fill vacancies in RGO buildings. Peasants now represent the common people over whom we rule. Many of them live on subsistence farming, shout out to subsistence farms, or in villages. Laborers represent the people who work in manual labors in town and rural locations. They work the land to create, harvest, and gather raw materials, backbone of our country. But the need to... Okay, here's also what's going on with promotion. Or is this with pop growth? This is what's going on with pop growth, rather. I thought this was promotion. No? This might be pop growth, and then this might be pop growth included with promotion. So we're getting a lot of peasants, but then they're getting promoted to burghers. But this means that if you lose a bunch of... If you lost a bunch of peasants as levies in a war previously, that wouldn't be so bad. But now if you lose a bunch of laborers in a war, it's going to take a while to promote back up. So, probably key to know. Promotion has been reworked as well. Will not all pops promote as quickly. Pops promoting clergy and nobles promote at 10% of the promotion speed, while pops promoting to burghers 50% of the speed. Laborers promote at 150% of the speed. Different pop promotion speed we'll maybe put in the pops. Okay. And then we also changed how pop demands work. This is a key and important one for simulating the economics, because it was before that no one paid for the goods or paid for the stuff and demand was flat. But now demand scale by development of a location, so pops in more advanced parts of the world now demand far more goods. This creates constant growth, because you need buy orders, you need demand in order to create growth. We also changed a bit on how the economy works for pops and estates, as pops are no longer getting the goods entirely for free, but instead the estates will now pay for the goods that the pops need with the leftover money, with the money they have left over after taxes. The amount that they spend per pop by controlling the amount they spend per pop scales by control of the location, so it's balanced compared to the income they get. I assume it scales linearly. This severely limits the snowball effect by having rich states invest in themselves to make this limits the snowball effect of having rich estates invest in making themselves and the country richer. So if let's say before they were getting 100% of their income turned around towards buildings, now they have to pay for their own goods, and maybe it's only 30% or something like this. So less explosive economies. Another point that was identified through testing was that basic distribution of income in a location on the political power of the estates was that in almost all cases the commoners got almost nothing and the nobles got everything, which meant that you never wanted to tax your commoners but wanted to squeeze everything out from your nobles. This of course makes a bunch of sense. While being an admirable goal, this does not reflect historical reality so much. How do we solve this? Well, maybe it should have. Well, before we added Cossacks, the tribes, and the Dhimmi estates, feedback was a one-to-one direct connection between specific pop type and which estate they belong to, so the estates could get exactly the amount of money the pops were generating. And since we did not want to do something performance crippling like splitting pops into one per building, this is some shade thrown at Victoria 3, performance crippling, we went with a pool, all income in a location, and distributing it by political power. Now, though, that has changed, and instead we want to distribute it per fixed fraction per pop in the estates, so commoners and burghers get money you want from their tax, their work. Okay, this is not something that informs strategy too much, I don't think. Actually, it does. Fixed per pop. Estate income is fixed per pop. Fixed per pop type in the state. Which means you can get the estate an increasing amount of money by pushing buildings associated with them. So you push more churches, this means that overall the estate is going to get more money, and so this is going to be juicing up the estate. So I guess we switched the chicken and the egg. And okay, this is the changes that have been made. Let's sort by reaction score and see if we can get any kind of feedback. We think that we're probably going to have relatively good feedback here, so we will want to get on that. Adding cloves for the Indonesia area as a separate pepper from India would be a nice addition, though. It's a 45-minute task to add them back in, but we had the R from before. Indonesia now has cloves area as and rest of Asia pepper. Sure. Can we get a teaser of the physical map or physical building? There was a screenshot that showed a little bit of the physical map, but when we announced the game officially, that someone gleaned out in one of these Tinto talks. Will what be announced tomorrow in the dev meeting in what? The what and the what? This is the real answer. Why are sturdy grains and wheat separate goods, different output and different usage? Why is amber not merged with gems? I'm biased. Is an amber local, extremely local, to be valuable and only in Northern Europe? He is from Scandinavia, right? Alright. Why not add cloves and saffron? But he had cloves on he just added cloves. Currently, most performance are AI related, so hard to say. Most performance costs are AI related because they're not bifurcating based on building. Yeah, this is something that for me, like tracking the laborers for every individual building is something I really don't care in terms of the granularity for it. But, okay. Portugal did not get much out of their slaves from the other side of the Cape, though. Almost all currencies until a few decades ago were based on gold and or silver. This is true. Peacetime is pretty good. That's true. We used RGO for our games for 20 plus years now, as long as we use the word CB. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this. Would it be too complicated to make it possible for countries to be able to change raw material in a certain location? That seems kind of a little bit nuts, but it's not planned. You'd just change everything to gold, if you could. I don't know, part of the interesting stuff seems building around what you have. You would just turn everything into the exact same type of economy to the extent that you could. And you'd have less differentiation. Not sure I understand how tax base works. Do nobles get 30% of the money in every location, no matter the numbers? If you double the amount of nobles, does each pop suddenly lose half the income? No. It is their population percentage multiplied by X instead of political power. So nobles, we assume, will have much higher weight, for example. Oh, but it's going to be pie splitting, or pie sharing. Yeah, but it's not according to buildings, though. So, although the burger merchants, I think, probably get money just for the burgers. If the burger buildings or the burger pop associated buildings are generating all the money, a bunch of it's still going to go to the nobles, proportionate to the number of professions they have there. Mans wrote a book. Holy snap. I thought about it for a while, maybe alongside money and goods cost to build buildings, maybe having an amount of laborers to build buildings also required. Not something we simulate. Wonder if we think that's important. RGO requires laborers. Soldiers make manpower production slower to start and is already more connected to POPs than Vic 2. Soldiers make manpower production slower to start. What does that mean? No, okay, yeah, that makes sense. As you have more manpower committed to armies, they have maintenance costs. How's the addition of soldiers changed the way manpower works? Oh wait, no, I understand. So soldiers, when working in a barracks, like let's say the barracks has a pop amount of like 1,000 or something. If there isn't enough soldiers working the barracks, manpower production is slower, and you require manpower to maintain your thing. And so, if pops that are soldiers, which I assume that if pops who are soldiers die, which I assume when a regular dies when out on campaign, I assume the pop in your location from which the regiment was raised that dies is a soldier, and so this means your manpower replenishment will slow down the more units of yours you kill. I suppose there's an interplay with the cost of moving goods from A to B. It's always a no-brainer to upgrade production on-site, or a nice trade-off to think about that between diversifying locations. So he's talking about effectively mappy. There appears to be no mappy in this game, like on a location per location basis, but instead there's like mappy that's like market mappy, right? Or it's contained to a market. But local production, population, and promotion time are also factors. So if you overbuild in one specific location, the fact that it takes so long to recruit up, promote up, and have enough pops there is going to be a factor preventing you from building tall, but I'm pretty sure you want to build tall. because a production efficiency is more powerful than throughput in Vic 3. Yeah. Couldn't you have made the CK team release Chapter 4 announcement later or vice versa? Interesting. Yeah, this is something I talked to them when I was at Tinto. It's interesting how segregated all of the all of the development teams are. Like they are not involved like at all with each other's development, which probably makes stuff like leaks a lot easier to prevent in general. But they also aren't necessarily able to share what each other is cooking and this type of thing. Tinto Tarks marked 53 in a low. Yeah, I don't think we're getting too much here in terms of getting more mechanics. Not the bees, true. Is development capped at 100? Yes. Since estate power no longer increases their tax share, will estate power... what is estate power now? I understand it's solved a major issue, but what will differ a strong estate from a weak estate if their estate power doesn't depend on wealth? This is kind of an interesting question, because, yeah, money's not pushing estate power, but it just the response is politics. So let's actually put that as kind of clear thing. Hey, Piotr, how's it going? Money does not inform estate power. So this is like a complete inversion of like Vicky 3, where it is instead going to be, you know, entirely the politics that informs power and not money, which might be better fitting for this system, but I don't know how I feel about that. In the spirit of these changes, would you consider adding a soft building cap in rural places as well? Perhaps reduce the output slightly as the prime spots for farming, fishing, and mining get taken out. This way, growth would spread out evenly across a region and not all swarming to one rural spot till it's completely full, only to go to the second best location after. But instead, what the best province with the highest migration birth rates, switching places regularly. I've not seen anyone caring about a few buildings at max rurally. Well, they don't get an output bonus based on level, I don't think, so I don't think that that's too big an issue. What will happen to countries that have no access to gold and silver? Will they still have income they get from tax and trade? And they could try and import gold. Yeah, okay. Same as peasants. Base political power of new laborers and soldier pops, same as peasants. They're just peasants plus. Okay, let's take a look at the politics update here. We are going to... We have 3 more of these. And then we will be done with this little mini project that we have been cooking. Welcome to another Tinto Talks. Happy Wednesday. Project Caesar. Codename Secret. Big Top. As we mentioned last week, we are spending 4 weeks going through how your feedback, together with internal testing, has shaped the game in the last course of the last year. Loud car on cue, and the queue is always on. Today is the time to talk about the changes that are related to the political power of the game. Estate power. The power of estates is one of the most important aspects of the core game loops of Project Caesar, so much so that we had to rearrange what we show in the top bar of the UI. We added it so you can easily see each estate's current power and satisfaction without having to go to a special screen. As part of the gameplay loop about breaking up the power of the states and strengthening the central state as you shape a modern country, basing the core power of the estates to how many pops they had made a gameplay where urbanizing and developing your country would weaken the central government. Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem because it pumps up the burghers or whomever you are developing and this type of thing. The main change is that the amount of pops of a certain estate impact their power, but also impact crown power with the same base value. Main change, let's make sure we read this right. The main change is the amount of pops of a certain estate impact their power, but also impact the crown power with the same base value before any privileges or laws give more power to the estate. This makes the relative power distribution between the estates feel logical, but the weakening of the crown due to the privileges granted. This further ties in with the advances increasing crown power and increasing absolutism in later ages. Got it. I understand. So anytime a boost to an estate is had, it also boosts the crown power with the same base value. Right? So when you have pops boosting an estate, they will also boost the crown, and it is because of this that the crown power can remain relatively constant. So this prevents just overwhelming dilution of crown power because it's being increased with the other things. Okay. So we see crown power is 16%, and we see the nobles' power. They're getting this amount that they're getting from the nobles will be added to the crown as well, but what doesn't get added to the crown is all these modifiers. And so aristocracy, social value, land rights, primacy of the nobility, royal marriage rights, feudal mercenary contracts, all of this is what is diluting the crown power. So modifiers. Modifiers are the diluting force. It's just a cost of a few hundred stability to remove all these privileges and maybe not give the noble with his insane stat control over the army and go more plutocratic. Then we reduce their power by 30%. But the 0.17 military tactics is good. Tough choices. So maybe this does mean you want to try and kill off your nobles. So this is something we were talking about the other day, where intentionally killing a large share of your nobles in a war might actually be good, because you decrease their power, and then when you decrease their power, because there's less of them, right, because this number decreases as they die, and so you dilute their power, and when you dilute their power, it's easier to call a parliament and push things through that they would not like, or at least it's easier to get to 50% approval of the parliament for the thing that they don't like. As characters all have an estate they belong to, it's now added in that giving characters commands of armies or navies in the cabinet increases the power of the estate they belong to. A total of 25% armies, 25% navies, 25% cabinet. So let's write that down as well. We see crown power, where we're getting it from all the pops. So the power that the nobles are getting here is included in the crown power here. But we have way fewer percentage modifiers for the crown power. And so it is the lack of percentage modifiers that is diluting the power of the crown. Having a crown prince in the cabinet helps a bit. Not enough, though. But 12%. Okay. Next up is Parliament. Holy crap. Journalists spamming Project Caesar? We are so back. We're so back. We are spamming it pretty hard. We're almost done with this project, though. We have 3 more Tinto talks to go through before we will have the full notes kind of cooked out. Welcome to the stream, Paleo. Parliament. When it comes to Parliament, we keep adding new agendas and issues from feedback and internal testing, but some important changes that come from you guys include the following. First of all, we added the Dutch-style parliament with only nobles and burghers, which you currently have access to if you have the low Franconian culture. We also made it so that if you keep giving out unique privileges for the nobles in Poland, you'll end up in a situation where you need 100% of the support to pass anything in the parliament. Yikes. We also added a building that was requested by the community, which is available in the Age of Discovery. Very cool, the House of Parliament, which gives, if in the capital of the country, the country benefits by plus 20% crown power, but you have to host the parliament in the capital. So before we were kind of theorizing that hosting the parliament in a location that you wanted to give more control was going to be really valuable. And so 20% crown power maybe offsets that. Master Yi says, fuck, am I live? What? Bro, I don't know. That's a you problem. I'm live. This is live, but okay. Societal values and government reforms. While we were happy with how societal values were influenced by laws and privileges, which is really cool, they had a problem that eventually anything with a drift towards one direction would eventually get to the extreme. Yeah, they would just push to 100. Now one could change this by lowering the amount it would drift, but it would make for rather dull gameplay, and eventually you'd go to the extremes anyways. So what we did is made a sort of soft cap towards which a value could drift at 100 times the current drift. So if you manage to stack up plus 0.75 monthly towards naval, then you could get the value all the way to 75 naval before it stopped there. If you dropped less than 75 naval, you'd still have 75 naval, as you'd not progress to the other side until you got all the way to... until you get all the way to at least plus 0.01 land. This is the added benefit of being able to shape your country how you want over a longer period of time. Even if you want to be a humanist country, you cannot get it further than 65 on the slider. You may not be willing to give up other aspects. Societal values, yeah, capped by 10x the thing. Do we have a good section to put that in? I don't think we have a good section to put that in. Maybe laws. $2,000 nobles. Yeah, it's rough. Is capital economy going to be super OP? It seems like you want to go individualist, capitalist economy and build... I actually thought communalist looked better, looking at them. If I recall correctly. But also, capital economy, if I'm not mistaken, traditional economy is overall better if you're primarily RGO. So it could be the case if you have really good RGOs, it's maybe better to go traditional economy. Because you see traditional economy, we have more expensive buildings, RGO output plus 14%. This doesn't increase the cost of RGOs, I don't think, as well, Palea, because I think buildings refers to entirely manufacture, like the non-RGO things. Like expanding RGO operations doesn't expand the other things. So the traditional economy, if you have really good resources and you want to create an economy where you export those, that's going to be better. Population capacity allows you to get more migration. Food production allows you to get more pop growth. And so I don't think it's necessarily the case. The bonuses to characters from Individualists seems good. I'd have to take a closer look at it. Which Tinto talk was it? Societal values. Maybe. It's not this one. We'd have to double check the bonus. Like, advisors are super strong. Yeah. How long do you think until we get some gameplay for Project Caesar? Some amount of time that exists in time and space. You know, it's interesting. If you're moving, actually, this is an impossible question to answer. Because if you're in motion, time actually operates differently for you than if you're still. There's like an interesting paradox where if you're running and you run past me while I'm standing still and we're looking at a galaxy far, far away, you're actually looking at something that's happening days away from when I'm looking because of relativity. And so when exactly we are going to get some gameplay videos is going to be dependent on how fast you're moving. I hope that helps. While working on adding content this year, we added government reforms to every age, and while doing so, we decided to tie some of them to societal values. So now about half of government reforms are available to your country if you only have that specific societal value at least 50 to be selectable. Gov reforms gated by values. You could say that Paradox is pretty interactive. Ayy. Let's go. When I heard about that, that kind of blew my mind. That, like, what time it is, like, in an objective sense, doesn't, like, exist. Because if you're running and you're looking up the stars, you'll actually be perceiving the star at, like, a different day than if you were standing still and looking up at the stars. Some examples include that religious tolerance requires a country to be humanist, and bank ledgers requires a country to have a capital economy. This makes sense. Super like. I know the exact Neil deGrasse Tyson clip you got that from. Yeah, but it wasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson talking, it was the other dude. The other dude was spitting facts. Neil deGrasse Tyson was just a hype man. But yeah, that's like living rent free in my head. So I can't properly tell you. It depends on how fast you're going. The proximity and control gameplay loop is one of the more beloved by our playtesting. Has been tweaked a fair bit during the last year, so it feels a bit more natural. Proximity now traces along rivers where it's easier to propagate proximity and market access downstream. Oh, this changed. Downstream easier on rivers. The buildings that act as proximity sources besides the capital, like the bailiff, have been made a bit more powerful but are far more costly. These buildings in general, I think, are just so strong. But okay. We also changed how roads are built, slowing them down by 50% as a default, and the rugged terrains like mountain make road building even slower. I don't know if they made this update before or after they released the terrain thing. I'm assuming after, but we'll see when we can take a closer look at things. We also tweaked how maritime presence works, with an adding decay to the current value, so that unless you invest in naval infrastructure and or navy, your control propagation over sea zones is limited. Perfect, this makes sense. We improved the impact from some buildings and navies, now increase maritime presence in every sea zone in a sea zone province they are currently in. This is also an objective you can assign to navies to patrol an area, province that you want to, that you want, and it will move around, increasing your maritime presence. I'm guessing you can target specific areas if you want to, like, if you don't care about the places to the north, but you care about the places to the south, maybe you could just only propagate it on the south or something like this. A single galley does not provide much presence. Nope. Stay tuned, as next week we'll talk about changes to diplomacy and military. We are going to take a look at some of the dev comments. No quantum computers on the market. Yeah. That's true. Looks very cool. One thing I hope is you stick with your guns, with control and proximity being hard to manage. I won't change. Really inhibits blobbing. Is it both ways or only downstream? I think downstream. I think it was said somewhere that to be only downstream, and a lot of people argued bidirectional as you travel back and forth. Yeah, you travel back and forth. Both ways, but downstream is better. This makes sense. Is there a way you can employ a strategy you can employ in CK3 when you have too many offspring? You put him in the vanguard, and then he leads 6 peasants. Yep. The CK3 method. Is there a river map mode? Yes. More railways like in Hoey? No armies involved. How do you build roads in the game? Do you need an army like Imperator to move around, or do you just click? Yeah, no army building roads. That was something the Romans did that was super nice. Like, one of the things with having a standing army, like, in more ancient times, is it works a lot better when you have a standing army that also engages in some sort of productive endeavor, because you need a large portion of the population, or a larger proportion of the population, actually engaged in useful activities. So one thing that China did that was a little bit interesting is they would have, like, seasonal armies that would just, they were like farmer warriors, and so they would farm during a particular season, and then they wage war in a different season. Okay. Was any thought given to my request of remove road button? Yes, I'm on the list of 1,000 issues with low priority, and it's never been asked yet for a tester. Womp womp. I don't think you should be able to remove a road, honestly. I don't think anyone would want to spend the time to remove a road. Maybe like a tactical action to blockade a road or something like this. But removing a road, like, when has that happened in history where they just completely, like, destroyed the road? Or letting it get to disrepair, that's like a different thing. But, yeah. Journalists praising Rome, saying it, so, no. Their roads were pretty good. Why not have societal value decay to 0 instead of getting stuck where you last left them? Because it made it a rather bad system. Yep. Pirates require pirate covens, and they don't exist everywhere. Interesting. Wait, does this mean we get tagless pirates? Or no, they require pirate covens. Okay, they need a location. Because they need to get boats somehow, and if they need to build the boats out of a location, will having an outdated fleet also impact control? Somewhat. If you drop below 50 of the specified societal value, do you lose the reform immediately? Yeah. It's a dramatic change, though. You have to go from 0.5 to minus 0.01. Yeah, so you'll have plenty of time to fix it. But maybe we include that in our thing. Maybe, like, degrading road from maintenance to whatever. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with this. I mean, bridges get destroyed. If it's a road over a river, maybe I'm okay with it. But even then, repairing a river is easier than, like, repairing the river and doing the entire road back to the place. Is there any advantage to being in the middle of societal values? No penalties? Yeah, this is true. Probably be more like EU4, where you can become a pirate republic or whatever. Probably. They probably modeled it off of that. And then put it as really low priority, kind of. I imagine, because it's like, it's more the make-believe stuff, I imagine it's not a high priority for them. Increase their numbers. If it's gone, you get to pick another reform? Sure. Don't you have to do a parliament for it? It'd be sweet if you just get to push it through. How does the estate power work when we have buildings that give local estate power? It does not, it does seem that these buildings are working. They give estate power, yes. Yeah. Go UI question. I think we're not getting too much more in terms of mechanic clarifications. Yeah. No more Johan comments. Alright. Moving on to number 56. Hello, happy Wednesday, Project Caesar, feedback, big nice, big secret. Today we will talk about changes to diplomacy and warfare. Diplomatic expenses. As some of you may have seen, in previous Tinto talks we added expense to the economy to give you more control as the player. The cost for diplomatic expense is based on the tax base of your country. The more you spend, the greater benefits you get to your Diplo core. An important one is going to be the diplomatic capacity here. So you can pay more money. This is a trade-off. Antagonism. In older grand strategy games, we made a concept called Bad Boy. I think that was in EU3, it was called Bad Boy. which impacted how badly you behaved and how bad a boy you were. And other countries would treat you more harshly according to it. This evolved into aggressive expansion. We used an EU4 and Imperator, which had a direct impact on opinions that also allowed coalitions to be formed. Now, antagonism is going to be a little bit different. It doesn't affect opinions. While these were useful systems, they were all a bit limited. A global variable in your country was too broad, and as merely opinion impacts, it was rather hidden and hard to get overviews. So both EU3 and EU4 system. In Project Caesar, we developed a system called biases, which are static impacts and temporary value changes values that change over time. Like opinions work in most of our games, we had this for opinions and trust, and when we were not happy with AE and neither were you, we decided to scrap AE and instead make a new bias, which we will call antagonism. Antagonism indicates how other countries are likely to view us. If they feel a lot of antagonism towards us, countries that consider us relevant to their interests will be less likely to engage in diplomacy and may act against our interests. Antagonism is caused by basic differences in our country's societal values, government types, religion, culture, and language, and actions cause antagonism bomb in a location. Cause an antagonism bomb in a location that affects countries near you to varying degrees depending on how much they care about the location and about the antagonism country. I'm actually going to copy-paste this entire thing because I think that this is... most stuff that affects AE we're going to assume. Alright. But I think that this is good. Of course, the country needs to have caused a certain amount of antagonism against you before you can join a coalition. The overall effect of this is that you can get away with fewer antagonism bomb effects against countries that have a baseline antagonism for you before they start thinking about forming coalitions against you. And countries more similar will probably be a bit more, will probably allow a bit more to slide. Ottomans always have a base antagonism versus Byzantium. You can see foreign culture group, foreign language family, different religious group, same government type, differing societal views. That's a pretty big one, we think. Cool change. Antagonism bomb is pretty intuitive, no? Yes. Yes. Probably players won't call it that. They won't call it an ant bomb. Independence movements. Trying to become independent as a subject is usually a pretty tough life. Previous grand strategy games, you could ask another country to support your independence, they'd help you in a war. To make this better, we took inspiration from Crusader Kings, where they band together, and you have an international organization. Other subjects can be invited as well, and you can get independence for all the subjects. Okay, so... we don't know too much about how that works, but maybe something worth noting in our kind of cheat sheet that we have here. Civil War surrenders. Sometimes you are in a civil war and you know you're about to lose and it's just a matter of time, so we added in actions to surrender when the other side is more than twice the size of the other. Okay, before it was 90%. Now it's just twice the size, and as some of you pointed out, losing a civil war as soon as possible to avoid it may or may not be an exploit, so currently there are some penalties to jumping to a new country. This makes sense. It seems fine. Gotta make sure not to spike liberty desire below 50%. Yeah. Don't want them joining up. During testing, we discovered that all types of ships having the same frontage made it so you wanted to stack almost purely the biggest ships and the rest were not useful. So instead they have different frontages, so the categories have different roles. Heavy ships will have a frontage of 2 and combat speed of 0.5. Galleys will have 0.5 frontage, but the combat speed is 1. Light ships get a higher initiative and combat speed frontage of 1. So you want a mix of light ships to get onto the fronts immediately and then heavies to actually fight the fight. Or to follow up. New objectives. When we talked about military objectives. There was a request to add automated rebel suppression, and this was something we definitely added in. We've also added the hunt navies, which works like the hunt armies, where you will search and destroy. We are also looking to add a few more objectives, like defending the coast, and we'll tell you when more are implemented. It's kind of a curious sentence, which implies that they're going to do another update via feedback type thing, maybe later. That's the thing in EU4 that they take up different combat with. In EU4, you still want just mono carracks, though, right? Or like mono heavies in terms of if you're fighting. But it was that during peace, light ships were much more useful. While we are happy with having logistics system in the game and where food mattered, it was a bit limited in that you could only trace supply from 2 locations at most. So we introduced a concept called logistics distance, and now every single army traces a path to the closest valid supply source. The length can be traced and can be extended through the ages, through advances in several ages. A valid supply source is a supply depot or a port or sea zone with a navy carrying food that will distribute it to, or a province capital that is currently under control of country, giving you access to, giving you food access and actually has food. Supply paths can only be traced through friendly controlled territory, but not through any location which belongs to the zone of control of a hostile fort. So, I think that this is really cool, and also cutting supply lines is going to be a vibe. So having these quick little armies to harass supply lines, if they push in deep without taking any forts, is going to be probably how you try and do it. We made it so the armies can only carry a single month's supply of food with them, except for auxiliary units, which can carry many months for several regiments each. This means if you march deep into unprotected territory or have the ability to siege to ignore zone of control for forts, you need a supply path to source where you get food from. So also this means if you have a siege going and they cut your supply line, suddenly you got to march off that siege. And so maintaining and protecting a supply line in order to support a siege is going to be a more important gameplay pattern. Of course, you can always see the path your armies trace supply from when we have selected an army, as this thin green arrow goes from supply to army. Here we watch the Lithuanian armies, etc., supply. Not necessarily, depends on what terrain you're fighting in naval doctrine and country focus, but yeah, I think generally you're right. Yeah, other than if you're fighting in like an inland sea. If you're not fighting in an inland sea or like a place where galleys are really strong, then it's heavies. Can you do the first encirclement in Project Caesar? I have to imagine that the second they implemented this, internal teams cut supply lines, so I mean, the cutting of a supply line is effectively like an encirclement. You just don't have like I guess a tactical level encirclement. It's a strategic level encirclement. Right? Where they no longer have access to food, so they have to abandon the siege. Or they have to march back into their own territory. So with a much smaller army, if you can repeatedly cut their supply line, you can effectively resist. Or you can fight in 2 places at once if you have an equal size army, but maybe you use 20% of your army to cut supply lines and the other 80% is dedicated to pushing the enemy in a different location. You maybe can harass them down while simultaneously able to make progress, something like this. The first recorded encirclement, shake my head, yeah. Monthly attrition losses. One thing that was requested by you guys was the ability to see attrition. They included it. Recruit Admiral General. Another worry that was pointed out by the community was the potential lack of admirals and generals for units. So we had 2 new actions where you can recruit either a general or an admiral for your country for gold. The price is based on the economy of your country, but the price is reduced by the military of the ruler. The abilities of the new commander depend on the current army or naval tradition, which is reduced a bit by the new commander. Next week, I have to imagine they record a lot of stuff internally, actually. But, yeah. Next week we'll go through the mixed collection of all the other major changes we have done. So, coming up on the last and final... Well, that's redundant and unnecessary. One of these that we want to do. Hello and welcome to another Happy Wednesday, Big Nice, Codename Project Caesar. Today we'll talk about some changes to diplomacy and warfare mechanics we have done since we started doing these Tinto talks. Oh, just kidding. We're looking through comments. Dev comments. No rivalry change? Interesting. Let's see, St. Dave. Not as common a commenter. It's commenting on the flags. Fair enough. As I understand it, you will be able to direct armies from manually selecting the route to go through different checkpoints. Shift-click paths. Yep. It's always nice. Could both pops and subjects of a religious culture join together in a rebellion against their overlord, as the pops incorporated into the ruling country? Could both the pops and subjects of a rebellion culture join together in a rebellion against their overlord? Interesting. Not allowed. Yeah. Again, people are asking for a map. He says no. But in Victoria 3, we have Mappy. So we content ourselves. If they control the province capital and it has food, they can take it from there. Hey, you're cheating. You used that Death Diary banner already. It's cool though. Yeah, I think we're not getting any extra information here. No hostiles. I thought it read no hotties for a second. Yeah, okay, if LOL is the most interacted with dev response, I think that's it for that. And this is the final one of changes that have been implemented. Welcome to another Tinto Happy Wednesday Big Talk, where we talk about our entirely super top secret game with codename Project Caesar, but I'm actually going to leak it right here. It's Project Teaser, or as some people like to pronounce it, Project Tizar. Today we will go through the major changes that have been made on last year's project due to feedback. New country type. As was heavily requested, we added Navy-based countries, and you will find out in more detail how you work and how you can play them when we talk more about Pirates situation that will be coming up. 0.5 diplomats. They cut my diplomat in half. Look how they massacred my poor boy. Ages matter more. One thing we wanted was to make age feel unique and different to play, so he goes from throwing shade at Civ 7 to, parroting Civ 7 design principles. But I generally agree with this one. First of all, we changed the start of the Age of Renaissance to occur 5 years later so that you get more of a feel for what you want to do before making decisions on what bonus advancements you get. You get a bunch of advances when you pick, a bunch of free advances as you enter the new age, and you can pick like Diplo, Military, or Admin, or something like this. Secondly, we went through how our buildings unlock and made it so that guilds are unlocked in the Age of Traditions and Age of Renaissance, and workshops are unlocked in the Age of Reformation, the manufactories during the Age of Absolutism, and the mills during the Age of Revolution. Each new category of building increases the productivity and capacity, and when you get mills, you will employ laborers instead of burghers. Oh, interesting. That will absolutely crush their clout now, won't it? Yeah. Well, then, I guess it goes to the peasants? Interesting. Guilds are unlocked in the Age of Traditions and Age of Renaissance, of workshops and Reformation. So the first upgrade is Reformation. And with the soft cap on number of buildings, upgrading becomes more of a thing. I wonder what the actual cost profile will look like. I imagine building a new building will generally be better than upgrading, all things equal, but maybe this won't be the case. We unlock hegemons through Age of Discovery, Absolutism versus Liberalism, Societal Value, and Age of Absolutism. After testing, we moved outward towards inward societal value to be unlocked when the Age of Discovery starts, and the Mercantilism through free trade to be unlocked in Age of Reformation. So, unlocking more of these things in later ages. And here we have Age of Discovery is giving you these modifiers. Exploration monthly progress, expected army size plus 200%, levy maintenance, colonial maintenance, unlocks hegemons. Project Tysar. John's the kind of guy to go on paradox forums and argue that serfdom shouldn't have any negative effects. Not like this. Not like this. You mean Generalist, the guy on the official Vic3 forums that has the landowner as his flare? Actually, I think I've rural focused my flare right now. Each age also has some unique bonuses that are active during each entire age, changing how the age is played a bit. They also have different values on how much levies cost and the size of an expected army. Age of Renaissance gives cultural tradition and increased diplomatic capacity to emphasize cultural progress and encourage reliance on subjects. Interesting. So you hit Age of Renaissance early, and then you could spam more subjects, and you kind of have this feudalism, and then you like integrate these subjects, this type of thing. I think that's the gameplay pattern for control, and subjects are going to be really important if you can't establish control over an area. I wonder what the threshold of level of control is where it becomes better to release a subject. If they give you 25% of your income, or if they give you 30% of their income, I guess the threshold would be like 30% control, or that would be like a baseline upon which you could start thinking about it in other ways. Because otherwise you'd have to have colonize no for the buy orders. I kind of don't like outward versus inward as a value. From what I remembered, like looking at it, it seemed like you would, if you were someplace that was kind of more relatively landlocked, like if you were playing... That's a loud one. If you were... Is that a convoy? Motorcycles? If you were playing Russia or Germany or something like this, where you're a little bit more landlocked, you're probably not colonizing. I thought inward looked better. Or something, or like maybe if you're playing in India... Age of Reformation gives lower trade maintenance and faster religious conversions. Absolutism allows you to integrate subjects' power and faster, and revoking privileges from the estates is cheaper. Age of Revolutions reduces war score costs, but reduces the loyalty of subjects. Because otherwise you absolutely have to colonize no for the buy orders. You could get buy orders from importing from other people. Like as France, if France imports to like North France and you're playing Germany, you can just import from them to create the initial buy orders, and then as France gets a lot of value from collapsing the price, you will be able to get some value from collapsing the price from there, just not as big a margin, I assume. Allows you to integrate subjects faster, and revoking privileges for the estates is cheaper. Age of Revolutions reduces war score costs. Okay, we already... something that's like... The more traders you have, the less marginal value each trader is likely to apply. And it could be the case that running less trade, being inward focused, playing as Germany, and then trading a little bit, you get a lot of value from your individual traders, and then you focus more on manufacturing and internal type of stuff. Hopefully colonization in Project Caesar isn't boring. In EU4, a lot of players avoid it because there's a lot of tedium. I love colonization. First of all, we removed the concept of failing explorations, as it was a source of endless frustration and rage quits amongst our internal testers. Anything that affected chance of failure in an expedition now impacts the staging time of the exploration expedition. Speaking of staging, now when you start a colonial charter, you will need to select an origin province where we will send the pops from to hook this on into an economy part of the game better. It will also require starting goods to be able to ship colonists. The current origin location gets a small boost toward increasing prosperity while the colonial charter is active. This is fantastic. Colonial charters now prioritize where there's lower population, where you have foreign buildings and natural harbor suitability. So if you build a mission in place, it'll target that, and it'll target natural harbors. Fair enough. Market creation. A big problem. Yeah, they made markets cheaper to create, which make it easier to set up. Cheaper to create if you have low market control, which is super important, because we learned today that how profitable buildings is just like straight multiplied. Sell price is affected by market access. That's so wild. So if you have 50% control and 50% market access for a building, you're only going to get 25% of the value of that building. If you have many shortages on the market, your pops start to rebel. Depending on the size of your shortage, I think you get a different rebel level. And I think inward helps you to avoid rebels. I can't remember exactly what inward looks like. But yeah, maybe it's no good and you just have to play outward. I can't remember the exact exactly the societal values give. Liberate slaves, peace treaty. Another thing that was requested was country to force to release all the pops they had enslaved from you. Let's say they raid your coast for slaves and you send the Marines to, say, the shores of Tripoli. You can force them to sign a peace treaty to return all your slaves. Culture, some of you have it, most of you don't. Some of them requested a more dynamic way to handle culture, so we added new cabinet actions, which currently take 10 years to complete. Unified culture group, if you're an empire and the dominant country of your primary culture, unified culture group cabinet action can be used to on a culture group belonging to your primary culture that no other countries to your primary culture that has no other countries with that culture group. Upon completion, your primary culture will change the brand new culture. Pops in your country of the same culture group and language will also change this culture. This can only be done once. Okay. Form new culture. If you are a kingdom or an empire and not the dominant culture of your primary culture, you can break away and form a new one. You're meaning to say we can be Carthaginian? Yes, we can. Well, market access shouldn't be that big a deal, right? Only early game, and then you research Zeppelins. Mappy. Yeah, I mean, effectively, you kind of have Mappy in this... in Project Caesar here, that but it's market mappy. It's not state level mappy. It's like market mappy is like one thing you can think about. So you don't need to worry about vertical integration, or actually you do need to worry about vertical integration a little bit because you can get up to 10% production efficiency from manufacturing. So you could unify all of German cultures hundreds of years early. Clearly, they just belong as a one people and one nation. Keeping your pops and estates satisfied is a key part of core gameplay in Project Caesar. The balance has been tweaked countless times over the years of development, and currently each privilege or other source of satisfaction gives small values, so it's harder to get all estates happy all the time as a player, unless you just don't tax them very much, eh? One other thing that we made was when you build buildings in lower control areas, the pops that belong to the estates these buildings employ get a small boost to satisfaction, inversely related to current market control. I think you don't want to build in low control areas. This makes it possible to target some infrastructure development to keep the populace happy in less central parts of your realm. This can't possibly be worth it. You're also adding to the tax base. Like, you're adding to the tax base in that location, so as you add to the tax base there, I guess you could build buildings that don't add to the tax base, actually. And this would make the pops happy. But if you add to the tax base there, then they're going to contribute more to rebels. You wouldn't want to build anything economic, but I guess, like, other types of buildings you maybe want to do. Though, I think RGO aren't affected by market access, only production buildings. Well, RGOs don't have any inputs, I don't think. But I think when we were looking at the sale of the... No, I think you're incorrect. We opened today talking about... the example. Slavery was yesterday. We opened today talking about this Norway start example. Yeah, and the math on this silver, which is an RGO, looks like there's a little bit of paradox math, so it doesn't fit exactly, but it looks like output times market price times market access is the value that you get in terms of the sell. And since it's being multiplied by market access, your RGO having poor market access makes it so that you get less money from it. And so market access becomes super critical. You can use a cabinet action to stop rebels. That seems interesting. They got funding, but we got the government to stop them. Yeah, the funding is informed by how much tax base you have, and then how little control you have. And so, yeah. This is the last Tinto talks I'll write for a while. I'm handing it off to Pavia for the near future to focus on flavor mechanics. They'll start next week talking about Voltaire's Nightmare. And I don't think we've heard... have we heard from Johan since? I think they have him locked in a trunk. Yeah, because I don't think he was the Catholicism guy. Yeah, that was Roger, who didn't wish us a happy Wednesday. But... oh, actually, we wanted to read and see what has a high reaction score. Oh, so it's like vertical integration like Victoria 2. I didn't play Victoria 2, so I can't comment on it, but it's, you get 10%, 10% output bonus, or up to a 10% output bonus if you have the inputs produced locally. How long until we get hybrids, and culture becomes the crux of the meta in Kaiser? I don't know. I see, so you need lots of small markets. Or you need to establish market access in your markets. But I think that multiple small markets are going to be the way to go, because it seems to be the case that... well, actually, maybe not. I don't know... if there's a base value for merchant power in a market, then you would prefer to get more merchants, I think. I'm not entirely sure, because you care about how prices look. That's probably going to take a lot of looking at. For the purposes of buildings that have base production, which some buildings have, this is based on the total development of the market, which encourages you to have one huge market, because it's based on the total development of a market, and multiplied by these value, you just get this in output. And if you have two 1,000 development markets or one 2,000 development market, with the 2,000 development market, you produce double the base production things. So this is an example of wanting to have a smaller number of markets. I think larger number of markets, you'll probably get more merchants. I think the merchants are probably worth more, but I don't really know the numbers on this. It could just be the case that only buildings are really giving you extra merchant power, in which case you don't care, and you would prefer to have really big markets, as long as you can get access to the far corners of them, specifically. And if you can do that, you're fine. New historical cultures. I fear the AI making a lot of new cultures with really stupid names. We could do something like we did with Formables. I don't want to be rude, but this is seriously getting ridiculous. Just announce this strange game already. Announce the what? Yeah, I'm with Johan on this one. Does this mean that Germany can't unify as long as the Livonian order exists, and technically as German as primary culture? Womp womp. Yes. The idea is that it's a powerful endgame action that you will work to over centuries, not something you can do willy-nilly. But can we do it nilly-willy? Someone's got to ask the real questions. Announcement for what? Yep. Easily adaptable to work. I told you guys it's Project Tizar. How was the event last Friday? I met some people and drank some beer in the sun. I got very sunburned. Like, messed up level of sunburn. I now have, like, some brown spots that I didn't have before. I think Pavia is more Tinto than me. I'm a Swede, he's Castilian. I talked with Pavia, but he has a really thick accent. I had a hard time, to some extent, understanding him. Or it's not super thick, I don't know. I was struggling a little bit. Yeah. You could still lose money on a colonial charter. Womp womp. Yeah, I don't think there's too much in the sense of mechanics here. Yeah, it's all just based on that one culture thing, and I think that's it. We'll kind of review over some distinctions that we made. I think the biggest one that we discovered here is looking at one of the things and looking at the math is sell price is affected by market access, and this is just so enormous, which means that if economies can function and don't just completely collapse when there are places that have 60% market access, then that means the overall like economics is far less lean than, say, Victoria 3, and that there's probably, relatively speaking, a glut for money. But there's also a lot more things to spend money on, and a lot more things to invest in, which means identifying the correct things to put your money in as early as possible is going to be very valuable. So that's going to be... Like, because Victoria 3, you just add as much construction as possible, and it matters what you build, but it kind of doesn't matter what you build. As long as you're building buildings, it's hard to super miss. But here, in Project Caesar, am I supposed to invest in more buildings, or am I supposed to invest in art? Am I supposed to spend more money on the cabinet? Am I supposed to spend more money on Diplo relations slots? Am I supposed to release this location as a subject because the control is too low? And then spend more on diplomatic relations slots? Am I getting enough from releasing this guy as a subject in terms of the marginal value, because he's sending me money now that is in excess of what I got from the tax base, but I have to pay for the Diplo relations slot? The decisions in terms of weighing opportunity cost are more complicated than I just add more construction, and I should build particular buildings, but if I build the wrong building, it's not like apocalyptic. So yeah, especially because the auto queue can kind of pick up the slack. I mean, the way you also like super uber push 200 construction cost buildings, generally speaking, in Victoria 3, but like it's more marginal. I guess everything happens at the margins though, and you snowball harder. That's you get big differences out of small differences. But I think this is where we started with the notes for today. Production efficiency gives us straight up output. This is key and important to emphasize that output is more valuable than throughput. If you have a 10% output bonus, you're getting more than 10% extra value, because if you have input goods equal to 500 and output goods equal to 1,000, right? You're now getting net 500 value, right? From the building. But if you increase the output by 10%, now you're getting 1,100, right? But the input costs are still 500. So the margin has changed from 500 to 600, so that 10% production efficiency represents not a 10% increase in value. It represents a 20% increase in value. Government reforms are gated by slots. Max one major reform. We kind of already talked through... No, okay, this is still today. Estate privileges slots appear to scale with estate power. No, this was yesterday. Trade goods and prices, this was today. Polarized price, we did talk a little bit and drew some nice little pictures where we talked about a notion of a standard a standard type of good, a polarized type of good, and a condensed type of good. Where a polarized good, you would have a lot more prices at the polls in general because of the nature of the good. And for this was goods that cost extra to import or export, or goods with low prices. And the reason being is that it is harder on a per merchant power basis to run routes of this good. So stuff like iron, because it's heavier, it costs more to import or export. This means imports and exports of it will generally be less profitable, because you could have done 2 routes instead of 1 iron route, because it's twice as much to export. So this means that you tolerate much bigger differentials between, markets that have really cheap iron and markets that have really expensive iron before you start trading. Comparing this with like condensed goods, where we expect the prices to all be closer together, goods with really high base prices, or goods that have really low transportation costs. So like jewelry has a low transportation cost, and it's also has a high base price. And so because jewelry, you'll generally have better opportunities to export it, because you can run 2 jewelry routes for 1 standard route. What'll end up happening is the prices of these goods will tend to condense together and be less polarized and instead be closer to the mean. And then standard is just like halfway in between each of these in terms of how we're thinking about it, which that'll probably be something we think and or talk about in terms of a video on that at some point. I do think that that's an important conceptualization because it can help you to avoid particular traps, right? You're less likely to avoid the trap of saying, hey, my iron's really expensive, I need to import iron. And the fact is, like, iron is just too expensive to import. Or even you look at the iron route, and the iron route says you're making a lot of money, but it's costing extra merchant power to run it. Gold, silver boosts are required for minting. A boost to minting, and it's required for minting. Higher proportion of eco is in gold and silver increases inflation, and it also creates demand for itself, which I thought was interesting. Free money modifiers. Trade efficiency is based on sell price in the market, not profit margin. So when we take a good, let's say we have a good that is 50 in the market that is selling and 100 in the market that is buying, and so when we sell it from one to the other, we gain 50 ducats, buckets of ducats. When we have trade efficiency, the trade efficiency does not modify the margin of 50, which is how many ducats we're earning, because 100 minus 50 is that, but instead it modifies it at the sell price. So if we 10% trade efficiency, we don't go from 50 to 55. We instead go from 50 to 60 because we modify that sell price of 100 and make it 110%. So trade efficiency is really powerful, and negative trade efficiency is powerful. And so this will also lend us to wanting to trade at the higher base price goods in general. And so the goods that in particular are these condensed goods, as we have more trade efficiency, we will want to trade more in condensed goods and trade less in polarized goods. And then we have production efficiency, free money modifier, really powerful. Buildings increase trade capacity. From what we saw, this is the only thing that increases trade capacity, which makes it, there's not like a base amount of trades that you can run per market, we don't think. If there is, making more markets is probably better. If there's not, less markets is probably better as long as you can have market access. Trade capacity is local to market. Does automation try to resolve shortages or maximize money? We're not sure how automation works when you set the automate on the trade. In theory, I think you actually want to push for maximizing money. But trade maintenance is a flat cost per trade power and is something that you need to pay. Trade advantage gets the first pick of goods. So if there's a lot of people importing or exporting from a particular market, having trade advantage in that market is going to be real valuable. And then burgers get a bunch of trades, and they trade after the national trades, and they, per the AI, will generally try to resolve shortages in the market. This means you generally want to trade for profitability and let the burgers resolve shortages, if this is how the AI behaves. We talked about RGOs. They're tied to pop and development in terms of how many levels you can run, but they get a 100% boost level for levels if they're rural. We don't know if this is a cap boost or an output boost. I assume it's a cap boost, but I'm not sure. Does this imply that with high trade efficiency, you pay less for a good exported to you? If you are importing it to yourself... Oh, sorry. The trade efficiency happens at the sell location. Trade advantage, it's based on the exporting market. So, if you have high trade efficiency in, let's say there's a French market and an English market. If in the French market, we as the English have a high trade advantage, and we import wine, which is to say from the French market, we export the wine to the English market, we will get first pick if we have a trade advantage. But it's not based on our trade advantage in the English market. It's based on our trade advantage in the market that is sending out the goods. So it's based on our trade advantage in the French market. So if we like, to kind of switch it up a little bit, if we have a lot of trade advantage in the Caribbean, because we have a colony there, we have foreign-built buildings there, we get first crack at the goods, we get the cheapest goods. We get the first sell-off of the goods, and then after we've done all of our selling, then we have the price gets modified, of the good gets modified, I think. That's how that works, because we created a bunch of buy orders. Or we get to buy all of the really cheap good for ourselves, so we get the fattest margin. And so acquiring trade advantages where a lot of people are exporting from, or importing from, depending on how you want to look at it, is going to give you the first pick of the goods, and it's going to give you better prices, yeah. Buildings. Some shortages cause blockers, others cause inefficiency. This was based on how something was worded. We inferred this. Not 100% sure on it. Soft cap, that encourages specialization. Because there's a soft cap, there's a limited number of buildings, and then alongside that, you have economies of scale. 1% production efficiency per level of the building. Production efficiency is insanely strong because, again, it's much more powerful. It gives output, not throughput. And so, if we have 500 in input costs, 1,000 in output costs, when we get 10% production efficiency, we increase the value we're producing not by 10% but 20%, because our output goes from 1,000 to 1,100, and then the margin goes from 1,000 minus 500 equals 500 to 1,100 minus 500 equals 600, and 600 is 20% more than 500, or 500, yeah. That's the way the math works. And then local inputs, vertical integration gives up to 10% production efficiency. We don't know exactly how this works. This was just the number that was given to us. I don't know if you need all the goods to be cheap, or produced there locally, or just some of them in order to get this 10%. Production efficiency increases, and this is, here we emphasize what we just kind of emphasized, increases profit by more than the percentage that is shown. It's because it's an output, not a throughput modifier. It doesn't increase the inputs. Personal unions, you use the ability to pass parliament as you dilute your great power score relative to other members, we think, as long as you have a vote in the parliament as the leader of the union. Subjects, we think that a play pattern is going to be circumventing low control by releasing subjects, will probably be how you play. If the anti-blobbing mechanics are really powerful, then subjects will be a means by which you can kind of slightly extend your blob. Subjects can have subjects. Turtles all the way down might be meta. That is, feeding your subjects other subjects, if this is possible, might allow for avoiding as much diplo maintenance of having a bigger subject. If let's say there's a subject that costs 2 diplo relation slots, or diplomatic, what is it? I forget the resource, but if that subject costs 2, but if we cut that subject in half and made one of those subjects a subject of that subject, and then do they cost 2 then? Or do they cost like 1? Or do they cost 1.5? The idea is that you might be able to game the price that is paid for subjects by virtue of subject feeding your subjects. Another thing to note is marches have better forts. It might be a good idea to release a 1-province march in key locations and just allow them to have a fort there. Releasing poor territory might be good for making estates to avoid building there. Your estates will build in some of the states or some of the locations you have control of. If you have some locations that are just stone terrible, you might just want to release that territory, even if you have a lot of control there, just to prevent your estates from derping around and building there. This depends on how strong or weak the AI is. And then annexation costs primarily depends on the numbers of cities and towns, which means it could be the case that, in particular, you want to release subjects that don't have towns and cities. And by doing this, you can make it cheaper to reintegrate them later, but integration is not particularly expensive. It seems like it's just a timer thing, but it just takes a lot longer. And then Independence Movement is an international organization. Diplo capacity, that's the one. Diplo capacity. So how subjects is handled, and you might not even be able to subject feed your subjects. It's going to be an important one. which figures since we're still late medieval at start. Feudalism has gone strong. Decentralized rules should be the natural starting state of the game. Yeah. Decentralization, incidentally, lets you project more control. Mercenaries, highly dependent on location factors. What you can recruit and how much you can recruit depends on where you try and recruit it. Bribing mercenaries seems very strong. It's very strong in, I almost said Project Caesar, but it's Imperator. It's effectively worth double the amount. I don't know if it's going to cost double the amount or what it's going to look like, because when you have an opposition and you're fighting an enemy, when you recruit an army, you increase, that's 100 strong, you increase the balance of power by 100. When you steal one of their armies that's 100 strong, you increase the balance of power by 200, because you not only get that 100 size army, you also deny a 100 size army, so that's a twofer. We like those. But it depends on how much they cost. If it's like 5 times the price, it might not be worth. And then there's the additional value where if you can flip them at a really key moment where their army gets trapped, but their army would beat you otherwise, and then you get the mercenaries to betray them such that you win the battle that's unavoidable, that's a pretty big game. You can also rent out mercenaries, probably better the more manpower production you have relative to your manpower maintenance of regiments. And what we mean by that is every regiment has a maintenance cost that's paid with manpower. If you have 5 manpower production and 5 manpower maintenance cost, you will not have any excess manpower and you won't be able to reinforce anything. But if you have 10 manpower production and 5 maintenance costs, you will be able to reinforce with 5 guys a month. The bigger the margin, or the bigger the percent that is not currently dedicated towards maintenance, probably the more worth it is to rent out your armies, because you're not going to gimp yourself as much by losing people there. And then antagonism, we copy-pasted like the entire thing that explains antagonism here. It's caused by the basic differences between countries' societal values, government types, religion, culture, and language, and actions can cause antagonism. Bomb in a location that affects the countries near it to varying degrees depending on how much they care about that location and about the antagonistic country. Antagonism bombs effectively dissipate with time. Antagonism also affects the country's opinion of you. And so that's kind of a lot of the things that we gleaned today. And I think we're probably done with this project of taking a whole bunch of notes. We couldn't really update the spreadsheet too much. We have some ideas for some things that we need to include in this RGO calculation spreadsheet. Child warning. Hide your kids. Where we need to have a development as an assumption because of a point made in Tinto Talk 29. We need to assume value if traded. And producing an RGO for the purposes of trading it, even if it doesn't add a lot to the tax base, might be worth it. But this is also a function of how profitable our average merchant is already. Because if our merchants are super, super profitable already, then getting another profitable merchant trade opportunity is not that valuable. And if our merchants are really not profitable, getting a marginal profitable trade opportunity is really valuable. So that's kind of a difficult one to evaluate. And then we also have to evaluate for market access, because as we learned today, market access affects sell price, which is insane. You missed an important thing on mercs, that they depend on the amount of soldiers pops. You need manpower buildings for armies and mercs both. I don't think so. The amount of mercs you can recruit is based on your population and location, but I don't think it was based on your manpower and the location. The types of units you can recruit is based on the types of buildings you have in a location, but I don't think that it actually uses your manpower. Mercenary republics, regiments rely on having their soldiers come from pops. So this is pops, not manpower. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying now. The soldiers as a pop group, are created in these barracks types buildings. But this is before they made the distinction of reworking The pops. So this might just come from the peasants. I don't know if this is the soldiery pop or the peasant pop that satisfies this. But yeah, if it's the soldiery pop, then it will depend on how many like barracks you have, because barracks are the things that employ the soldiers, and they employ the soldiers and then they give you manpower, but it's not using manpower. But the fewer soldiers you have employed in a barracks, the slower you get manpower. So it's kind of like extracting or taking a loan almost, and then you have to pay interest, and that you'll get less manpower in some sense by recruiting a mercenary in this way. It would make sense. It would make more sense for them to come from the peasants directly. Yeah. So this part's unclear to me, because they generally haven't leaked changes, and then they talk about the changes in here. And so in the warfare or not in the warfare update, in the economic update, I think they talk about how they split peasants. Somewhere in here, where they split the peasants into well, they talk about it somewhere. The point is that peasants now make laborers. Okay, here it is. Now peasants have been split into peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Laborers represent the people who are involved in manual labor. Soldiers represent the common people that provide manpower for our armies and garrisons, as well as sailors for our navies. This doesn't explicitly mention mercenaries. And in here, in this Tinto talk, he says soldiers, but I don't know if he's leaking the mechanic that he talks about in the next Tinto talk or not. It's unclear. Hey, Phillyman. Good morning. Catching us at the tail end of this here. I guess we're starting to get the Europeans. The Europeans are starting to wake up. But, yeah. The type of regiments we can raise depends on what regiments are commonly available in the mercenary you recruited from. Some types of regiments may be more common than others in an area, and just because yeah. I think having more barracks also might influence this, aka night for you. Yeah. So, it's not clear where they're pulled from. I guess once we know where they're pulled from, this will change things. If they're pulled from soldiers, this is a very serious cost, because as you have less soldiers, the buildings that they work for won't work as well. Like if you have 2,000 soldiers and 1,000 are working in a barracks, and you pull 1,500 soldiers, suddenly that barracks only has 500 pops working in it, so it's going to produce half the manpower, right? Which, like, it's kind of like taking out a loan and then you have to pay interest against your manpower. I think it's going to take from the peasants, but I guess I don't know. If mercs come directly from pops, they are pretty good. I assume they'll be much more expensive than regulars on the net, and that this will be the cost that you end up paying for them. This type of thing. But, yeah, they might come from the soldiery. If they come from the soldiery and they're expensive, this is kind of rough. But if they... I mean, this is going to make it double painful if you steal someone's mercenaries, too. Or even, like, more painful. Stealing mercenaries already seems really strong. But I think we're done with this project in all. And we have some nice set of notes here. We could make a video just going through all these notes, talking about this type of stuff that we've gleaned from Project Caesar in regards to kind of how some of these mechanics are going to work and interact with each other. A lot of this was about economics, not as much about military and this type of stuff. Maybe that would interest people. I'm not entirely sure. But, yeah, this will be useful for us to be able to refer to. We might make this public. I think a couple people requested it. But this is almost certainly going to get really outdated really quickly once people figure out what's what and this type of thing, as stuff happens. So, anyways, we have that. Yeah, I think we're going to call it. Thank you for coming out, everyone. We are going to see if there's anyone on Twitch whom we can raid, this type of thing. We only have 4 or 5 people on Twitch. Wow, a whole lot of you coming out on the YouTube, kind of here late at night. But thank you for coming out. I hope you guys enjoyed. Just kind of a reminder is we now have 4 streams of this that are available for VODs in the YouTube if you really wanted to watch through about 20 hours of going over all the mechanics Tinto talks now for the second time and trying to glean important distinctions, you know, that we've made. We have that all kind of throughout the thing. If you haven't looked at any of the Tinto talks and you wanted a rundown of several of them, that might be the better place to look. But yeah, other than that, I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and etc. Mostly etc. And other than that, have a good one. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. And then goodbye the Twitch people, because we stay live